let's go ahead and recap this video so we can go ahead and get into the teachings, right? Let's start that. Let me pick up where I left off here. Let me see where we was. About this law. Love everybody. If y'all can hear me loud and clear, drop those ones. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome. All right, brothers and sisters, we're gonna play the first part of this lecture today. It's gonna be me replaying the stuff from yesterday. And after that's over, I'm gonna go in and pick up where I left off, kicking butt on those 5%ers and show them about this syncretism, this ancient cosmology and the symbolism, and why I think this may be a Freemasonic BOULE agenda, and then why it may not be. And if it is just two friends falling out, then I got something to say about both aspects. But let's get through this first part so we can plug that back in the stream and then continue and build off of it, because yesterday's internet service was horrible. I'm back. It's your boy, and I'm back here to give you some more important news. Today we're going to talk about this Lord Jamar and this Godfrey beef that has played out and carried out longer than it should have. I'm going to weigh in on it, and I'm going to give you both sides. I'm going to let you know why I think, number one, it could all be a humiliation ritual that's part of a greater hit piece in PSYOP, in which I'll break down here in a minute. Number two, this can be friends falling out legitimately because of a disagreement, and then I will have to give you my weigh in from both perspectives. If this are friends falling out from a disagreement, which side I'm on based upon who I think was wrong in the matter and why. Also, what we got to do, we got to review this video that was put out by Hip Hop Uncensored, big channel. They got 1 million subs, and they were talking about Lord Jamar with Puff Daddy's ex-bodyguard. I want to review that 13-minute video because a lot of 5% brothers, a lot of what I call the black BOULE, the black brotherhood, right? They're canceling Lord Jamar. But the reasons they're canceling him don't add up, and you'll see why. You'll see why the reasons that they're canceling Lord Jamar comes off as part of a big PSYOP and part of a grand orchestrated hit piece. And we finna break all of that down. So number one, let's deal with the first aspect of all of this, right? Let me put the chat box back up here for you guys too. I don't know why we took that down. Let's put the chat box. I know y'all like the chat box. So let's break down the first joint. The first joint, right? And go ahead, and while you're here, hit the like, share, and subscribe. Please like the channel. Excuse me. Please like the video and subscribe. Hit that button. So check this out, right? Here is number one. Number one, I'm going to deal with I'm going to work it in reverse. Number one, I'm going to say, let's say it's all real. People, I assure you that after we get through the first portion of this thing, I'm going to pick up where I left off with the same momentum and passion, with the syncretism. Let me give a big shout out to One World, One Hood. I'm coming to Vegas to see Alvarez fight. I'm going to hit you up. Yeah, do that, man. Hit me up, man. If you coming during July, I do traveling in July, but we'll see. I don't know when the Alvarez fight is, but we should be able to link up. Salutes to One World, One Hood. Let me give y'all this stuff, man. Appreciate the love. These are two legitimate friends. It ain't that deep. It ain't a big PSYOP, right? These are two friends that fell out because of flat earth. Let me briefly weigh in on that scenario if that's the case. Right. Whenever you have a friend and you want to come out the closet with something that the world is ridiculing or chastising a group about, you always thinking my friend won't do to me what the world did to them. So for example, right, if I got a friend and I tell my friend, listen, man, I voted for Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is the man. Now, let's say that the world is going in on Trump supporters, crucifying Trump supporters. Me as Sanchez, I feel like I can tell my friend that I'm a Trump supporter, and my friend won't crucify me like the world is doing Trump supporters. Let's say there's a big bandwagon of just crucifying these Trump supporters, right? For their ugly MAGA hats or whatever, right? Let's give a scenario. And I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm scared to come out the closet because of ridicule. But the only person I think that I can share this with is my homeboy. So I go to my homeboy and I say, look, man, I just want to let you know I rocks with Trump. Like, I support him and all that. And then my homeboy kind of start to mildly push, you know, do the Trump supporters how the world is doing them at that time. And my homeboy goes so far as to get a liberal, a Democrat on his show to rebuttal what I'm saying about Donald Trump, and he catches me off guard. Now, my friend know I'm not into politics. My friend know I don't even vote like that. I'm just, you know, voting for Trump for a few reasons that I think. Now, my friend know I don't want to be put on the spot. I ain't even no nerdy type guy. Like, I'm a New York nigga, if that making any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Lord Jamar ain't no, let's keep it real. Lord Jamar is not a Professor Dave. It's not even, that'll be stupid. That'll be like me telling my homeboy, I'm rocking with Trump. But my homeboy know, like, I don't really study politics. But my homeboy go get a real politician to try to make me look bad and catch me off guard in front of everybody. Everybody start laughing. Sanchez don't know what he talking about supporting that orange man. Why is he rocking with Trump and he getting his butt handed to him? I start tripping, getting angry at my homeboy. My words start being a little vulgar. And it's not because I'm losing a debate. It's because my homeboy know I don't study politics and I ain't even want no smoke to begin with. I was just trying to come to you, my homie. I didn't want it, the thing to get, like, you done put me on blast in front of the whole damn world, man. I thought you was my homie. I wanted to share something with you, and now we end up falling out about it because you want to turn it into a viral moment when it's something, bro, that I feel like I can come to you for. And you know me. You know I'm not no damn nerd. You know I'm not a physicist or something. Right. Why would you go and get Neil deGrasse Tyson for a street dude? Y'all hear what I'm saying? You hear it? And my whole thing about it is, right, you my homeboy. I'm not mad at you because I'm losing a debate. I'm mad at you because you know I'm not a debater and I'm not a nerd. And you put me on the spot, catching me off guard. You didn't let me know this man was going to be here. That's really messed up, man. That is like a bum rush. But everyone's taking Godfrey's side. I don't know why everyone's falling for the tether tactics, because let me give you some news, right? The moment one of y'all aboriginals sit up there and say all of us didn't come from Africa and we want to re-question the transatlantic slave trade, Godfrey gonna do you the same way. He gonna go get the white zaddy historian to put you Negroes back in your place. That's right. See, let me share with you the mind of a tether. See, this is how tethers think. A tether come from their country to America. They kissing the ground. They so happy to be in this white man's colonial system, whereas the black people, we bougie. We been here. We asking for more. You can't give us enough. The tethers are so happy they just good with whatever the white man give them. They also know they gotta compete with FBA. A tether is already known before they come to America. They are being told by their people, black people are dumb, black people are slow. Now, not all tethers believe that, but all tethers do believe this. I will never take some black man's word over the white man. That's right. Keep in mind, the tether is running from a black country to the white man as a savior. The tether already see the black man over here as inferior to the white man. So you got to understand, as a homeboy of Lord Jamar being a tether, he's not finna take your word over the white man. That's right. Not another black man will do that. But these tethers, they not like us. They got a different mentality when it comes to the black man's IQ and the white man's IQ. And to a tether, ain't no way a black man can tell a white man anything when you a victim in his country And when the tether running from his own country to get help from the white man, you think the tether gonna say, you right, the white man lied about your history, black man? No, the tether gonna agree with the white historian. The tether feel like the white man got to know more than the black man because he's on top of everybody and he's even helping the tether out. That's right. So keep that in mind who we dealing with as we review this beef, because I'm gonna break it down from all angles, the friendship, if it's real, and if it's a BOULE PSYOP. I'm also finna get into this sacred geometry and syncretism with these 5% guys and this symbolism. Let's get it though. A dude who wears his hat to the left, y'all. That's right. A dude who bends his mouth Brooklyn style. Come on, man. Now, some of you may be lost on what I'm saying. There's something that I call the Brooklyn lip. I don't know what Brooklyn niggas call it, but I've been seeing this shit for years, and don't nobody else in the world do this but Brooklyn people. They know how to bend their lips in a perfect damn slant, y'all. I can't make this up. You see how my lips is straight like this? Brooklyn niggas know how to slant they shit at a perfect 45-degree angle. It's like, y'all ever saw the Brooklyn slant? Get any Brooklyn nigga mad. I can't even do that shit. Hey, I'm telling you right now. Listen, you may not know what I'm talking about, but one day you're gonna see a Brooklyn nigga do his lips like the globe Earth's axis. It was not fair, and no one looked at it like that. They looked at it like, Lord Jamar just mad that he wrong. Lord Jamar mad because his friend put him on a spot, and Lord Jamar probably would admit to this. He probably would tell you, bro, I know I would have been wrong. Like I know I would have not done a good job in a debate because I'm not a debater, right? I'm not no arguing ass nerd ass nigga. Right. I'm just an ex-revolutionary rapper that think the earth flat, and he should be able to think what he think without everybody coming attacking him, his friends turning on him, people trying to go get the white man on him to make him look bad and catch him off guard. But see, you won't look at it like that because you're part of the crowd falling for the PSYOP laughing at Jamar. You're part of the group that's being subconsciously programmed to say, ha, 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 look at Jamar, which is gonna lead to my next theory on why I think it could be a PSYOP. Now, I'm gonna bounce back and forth with these two before I actually get into this video review. My second theory with this, and I'll revisit this first perspective again here. My second theory with this is that this is just a hit piece. They're trying to get rid of flat earth, and they need another big hit piece for the black community because you just had one for the white community that was Jeranism. They need this big hit piece for the black community. This thing, everyone knows flat earth is the truth, which is why it's the most attacked. And I'll be opening up the call lines later if you would like to entertain any questions you may have for me or any debates. It won't be any big round table panel. It'll be Sanchez and the callers one-on-one, one at a time if you're interested in that. Why do I think this could be a PSYOP? Before we get into why I think it's a PSYOP, I just learned that it's called the screw face. It looks similar to this right here, but this ain't doing it enough. This is like a mild form of it, right? This would be like a mild screw face, you know what I'm saying? But the real Brooklyn screw face, I can't make it up, bro. It looked like it's drawn on like a cartoon character. And you better hope I don't find a picture of what I'm talking about. But yeah, if I find it, I'll definitely show y'all. But let's get back to the video. And you know, they need this big PSYOP to end flat earth. They know it's a big threat to the whole fiat system. People say, well, how would flat earth make the earth better? Would it end hunger? Would it end poverty? It'll do all that and so much more, man. And I'm not even playing with you. And I'm gonna get into that in a minute. stand on point with my second theory on this being a PSYOP. I've been talking about this theory for a minute, so this ain't my first time giving y'all this scenario. Now, what this could be, right, is them creating a story to make flat earth dangerous, to make it look because what it is if the story gets out that, hey, Godfrey and Jamar were best friends, and now them brothers fell out, man, division, and it's all because of dumb, stupid flat earth. See, that is a hit piece. And now it becomes, see, this is the dangers of flat earth versus the dangers of friends not knowing how to communicate differences, regardless of what it is. That's right. The reason I'm leaning toward this PSYOP narrative is because a lot of Lord Jamar's 5% brothers in the nation, are taking Professor Dave's side and ridiculing Lord Jamar, and they're blaming it on flat earth. You know, I had respect for Lord Jamar until he came with the flat earth stuff. That'll be like me telling my best friend, because keep in mind, flat earth is the truth. But let's just take this scenario. Let's say flat earth ain't the truth because these people don't think it is. So let's step into their mind to show you from their perspective how they're pieces of shit. Now, here's why. You saying to your friend, I respected you until you came out with the flat earth stuff, would be like me telling my friend, man, I respected you until you told me you believe in Jesus. I respected you, brother, until you told me you're a Buddhist. Because what do they say? They say flat earth is a belief system. It ain't a fact. So it's a belief system you obviously don't respect. I'm trying to look at it through your mind and still rationalize why you would treat a person like that. Because everyone got beliefs. Now, flat earth ain't as far-fetched as believing in a man walking on water or talking snakes. Flat earth ain't a belief at all. It debunks your belief in the globe. So if anybody want to ask any questions about flat earth that may have you scratching your head, you can be able to do that today as well. So there's a lot of different angles I'll be going here. So it's starting to look like this is a PSYOP, and that all the big hip-hop channels that's worshiping the beast, all of the celebrities, all of the brothers in the brotherhood, they got the same narrative. Lord Jamar is full of ego. He can't admit that he wrong, and he threw away his friendship with some dumb flat earth. That's the narrative they taking. Now, let's hop back to my first scenario. Let's say this is all real. It ain't staged. Then guess what? My heart go out to Lord Jamar. Because I know that brother hurting. Because to have everybody turn on you just because you disagree with the shape of the earth, after the status you had as a revolutionary in hip hop, even though there are guys within hip hop that believe in crazy stuff like Satanism. They got rappers out there that's doing satanic rituals. They got rappers out there that can still maintain their respect after being rainbow. They got rappers out there that still get respected by the black community, even after beating bunches of murder cases. But it shows you just when you say the earth is flat, everybody will leave you. You can have 10 bodies and they'll respect you. You can be King Von, Chief Keef, any of them guys, and you can maintain your respect with black people. But if you come out and say, I disagree with you on the shape of the earth, you can lose everything you work for as a status, to get your status or whatever in this culture. Something we need to examine. Something very strange about that. So the world is scared of flat earth. The people in, and that is very PSYOP-y. I know I made that word up, but that's so PSYOP-y. The 5% dude told Lord Jamar, I ain't really tripping about you going back to Vlad, but the flat earth thing? Woo! Oh. What the? I'm not even tripping about him going back to Vlad because that man do what he want to do. Y'all hypocrites. I done went back to my racist boss too. And you talk crap about him. Yeah, man, that cracker. Next thing you know, you want your job back? Hell yeah, I want my job back. You can laugh and joke on me, but that's just life, man. And just because you're a celebrity don't mean you don't go through those moments too. But let me say this before I get on the Vlad fallout, because that ain't even the focus of today's joint. Today is showing you why I think this a BOULE PSYOP for real. Why that's one of my theories, because they're going overboard with the flat earth thing. You got all of these 5%ers and guys that's like, man, Lord Jamar was a respected dude till he came out with that flat earth stuff. I'm like, bro, y'all didn't go this hard on Mr. C for coming out the closet with sleeping with the he-males. We don't go this hard on drill rappers for op packs and shooting up the block. Them guys still got their reputations and their status. But Lord Jamar got to go through this humiliation ritual. Just because he set the earth flat, some ain't adding up, y'all. Because the 5% nation got members that are very rich and famous, like Jay-Z and other big famous rich members who definitely sold black people out to Zaddy, to the so-called devil, right? No disrespect to Jay-Z, none of those guys. But you set the earth flat, forget everything you ever done. That's kind of PSYOP. We're going to make that word up. And power shit bricks when you bring it up because they know it's the truth. They know that the only way they can fight it is through ridicule and, you know, the consensus, not with facts and proof. So a lot of black people, hey, this is what I'm going to do, right? To the 7OD, right? You keep typing in all caps and you typing a lot. Don't block them, y'all. This is what I'm going to do, right? He said if 5% in nation of gods and earth don't debate, we either know or don't know. Again, I'm here for it. All right, let me call your bluff real quick, y'all. Don't block him. Let me call his bluff real quick. To the 7OD, you can come on to the call right now. I dare you. I dare you, right? I dare you to be a man of your word. Because you just said the 5% nation of gods don't debate. We either know or don't know. I'm telling you to come up here and tell me what you know. I don't want to debate you, sir. That's right. Come heal your people. Because guess what? I'm your brother, and I don't got all the answers. I'm doing the best I can. You're a 5% brother. You know something I don't know. Guess what you supposed to come do? Correct your brother. That's right. And I'm dropping a link because guess what? I'm showing I'm not egotistical. You want my attention, I see it. You got it. And I'm letting you know I'm approachable. Come up, I'm going to shut up, I'm going to let you say what you got to say, and I'm going to continue my live stream, and you can go back to the chat. But here's what I'm doing. I'm showing the people you ain't even going to come up. You're a chat troll. Prove me wrong, and I'll apologize to you. Let me get back to my video. I'm going to call your bluff. The link is only for the 770D. So before I go back to the video here and break this good stuff down for y'all, Brandon Knapp, how you doing? Let me get back to my video. Can you hear me, Brandon? The link is cut your YouTube off. Cut your YouTube off, man. Yeah, cut your YouTube off so we don't get the feedback. Okay, I'm gonna have to let you go, man. Okay, I'm gonna have to let you go. When y'all join the call, make sure you now cut your YouTube off because you're gonna get an echo. People need to realize you're not connecting to your ancestors believing in a model that the Greeks gave you. This is just facts. This is just facts. You can be a globe birther, but you can't lie like the ancestors was globe birthers. That's right. So remember, you're seeing reality through the eyes of the dumbass Greeks because our ancestors said the earth was flat and you can't connect with the universe from their perspective until you open up your mind and at least see what they was trying to say about flat earth before you cancel it. Most of y'all just cancel it without looking into it. That ain't fair to your ancestors or yourself. That's right. Isaac Newton, all of these people, Copernicus, Ptolemy, they know that the only way they can fight it is through ridicule and, you know, the consensus, not with facts and proof. So a lot of black people need to realize you're not connecting to your ancestors believing in a model that the Greeks gave you. Isaac Newton, All of these people, Copernicus, Ptolemy, the globe earth model was given to us by our slave masters. It was the first form of our indoctrination before they even gave us the Bible, because you would have never understood the Bible if they didn't give you the globe earth first. So our first form of indoctrination and colonization was for them to make us believe in that. Because listen, our ancestors before the colonizer came, they taught that the earth was flat, it was in the middle of the universe, and that above the earth, were the heavens. And that if you're good, you will go on an upward path of ascension. And if you're bad, you go on a downward path of descension into these lower parallel realities. But the earth realm was the starting point for souls to be given a choice on whether they want to go up and down, up or down, by placing them in the middle. The universe ain't gonna choose whether you go to heaven or hell for you. It's gonna put you in between the two and let you make the choice by your very lifestyle and how you vibrate when you leave. This was the basic concept of spiritual ascension and descension. There is no up or down in the Greek universe. Before I get into the science of flat earth and before I do the review, before I mesh this all together with the Lord Jamar situation, I want to go into a bit of ancient knowledge and wisdom with you. All right? Our ancestors, the Mayans, the Egyptians, you name it, they were all flat earthers. They taught that above the earth were the heavens, plural, and below the earth were hellish realms where souls were living out their worst realities. So very simple stuff. This needed universal up and down. I want all the 5%ers and God bodies to pay the attention to what I'm about to say now, because I'm about to cut your head clean off for going out the flat earth. I'm about to let the 5%ers know right now, you ain't even practicing Islam the right way if you're a globe earther. Remember that the Greeks were not Muslims. That's right. How the hell are you a Muslim and you subscribe to the dang on cosmology of the Greeks, who believed in each of the Greek gods being one of the planets, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter? They still named out the Greek gods, but you're a Muslim? You're a Muslim, you're a Hotepa, you're a Kemet guy, but when I ask you about the planets, you start naming Greek gods. That's interesting, but you said that our ancestors created the solar system. I guess those black people named those planets out the white European gods. Interesting. Let's get back to the video. It's gonna sink in one day. Let's go. Heaven being up, hell being down. And when you speak from a moral perspective, you also use these directions. You say that a person is upright or down bad. This is how we talk. If a person is virtuous, we say that they are upright. So up and right, morality dealing with upward progression, being righteous. Also, if a person is down bad, showing you that the bad place is down and that the righteous place is up, this is embedded into the lexicon. Hey, let me tell you something, the 70 OD. You said 5%ers ain't religious. I'll decide that. I never let a Christian tell me they ain't religions, or Buddhists or Muslims say they ain't religious, right? I decide whether I think you religious or not. Unfortunately, I don't give people the right or the privilege for them to make up my mind about where I see their paradigm. That's my right. Because people gonna always lie on themselves. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, Professor Dave, I would tell him, you call yourself Professor Dave, but I don't think you're a professor. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I know you think you're an expert at astrophysics, but I don't think you're that. I think you're a regular dude making shit up, right? Now, he can say, but I'm an expert. I got a degree. Hey, that's what you think about yourself. But I got the right to have my own judgment about people and where I think their goddamn IQ at. You don't got to like it, but guess what? The universe gave me that option. I'm on exercise and use it. Heaven and hell, up and down, required the universe to have a universal up and down to everyone, no matter where you were in the universe. So no matter where you were in the universe, you had an up and down, no matter which parallel reality you visited. But in the heliocentric universe, they will tell you there is no up and down. Up and down is based upon whatever planet you're in proximity to, and you going inward toward the core of that planet and outward toward space. But let me show y'all 5% of some who talking about some God body, but you don't know nothing and you ain't connected with your ancestors. You're making stuff up and you think you look cool. It's a bunch of traditions. Now, for you to practice Islam, guess what you got to do? First of all, before I even get on Islam, right? Before I even get on Islam, let me rewind this so you can hear the jewel that I just dropped. Until you visit it. But in the heliocentric universe, they will tell you there is no up and down. Right. Up and down is based upon whatever planet you're in proximity to, and you going inward toward the core of that planet and outward toward space. But so ain't no up and down. It's in toward the planet or out toward space. You call it up and down. But ain't no up and down once you get away from these planets, because what are you referencing? So that's the Greeks' idea of the universe. Now watch this. It's a problem with that, right? If you're a Christian and it ain't no up and down in space, how is heaven up and hell down? Don't you know that the Bible talks about God coming down from heaven? Not in from space. All of the ancestral people had a universal up and a universal down. And down was below the ground, up was, and no matter where you go on the earth, that's the same. But for a globe model, everybody got different ups and downs. His up, your down, his up. But all of these religious texts is based upon every single person having the same up. If everyone on a globe point their hand toward the sky, everybody's hand will be pointing in all damn directions. Ain't no universal up, but all of these religions is based upon everyone on earth having the same up for heaven, the same hell for down. That's even in the Quran, where heaven and hell just ain't spiritual places. They are macrocosmic locations. These are directions. We even say, are you headed in the right direction? And what do we pair with the word right? We pair it with the word up. We say he's upright. And again, we say he's down bad, man. That brother down bad. Or that's an upright brother. Let's play the video. But once you get in space, there is no up and down, because what are you referencing off? So the ancestors taught that when your soul get out the body and it's traveling to heavens, there is a up or down. The Greeks didn't want to believe this. They believed in all of these different planets that was ruled by Greek gods like Mercury, Venus, Saturn. That's the solar system you got today. That's the one that the Vatican gave us. That's the one that the slave owners gave us. But our ancestors were all flat earthers. Now I wish you would come up here and lie on their grave. Come lie like they always believed in a globe, when even the people that taught you the globe will admit that ancient people believed that the earth was flat, but they was wrong. See, you black people don't want to call your ancestors wrong because you ain't like the Greeks. I get it. We respect our ancestors, and we know that our elders know more than what the hell we know. We know that grandma know more than me. Mama know more than me. We know. If we keep going back, the Olmecs, Mayan, Egyptians knew more about the universe than what we know today. Somebody lying to you, man. We don't know more about the universe than the Mayan, while at the same time admitting that their calendrical system is more accurate than ours. How? How do our physicists know more about the universe when they're still using the Vedic mapping, astrological mapping of the stars? Come on now, people, house sway. Modern physicists and historians all agree that the Vedics and Mayans and several other cultures, the Olmecs and Mayan, you compare them together. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Mesopotamians. These people's knowledge of the stars is at a level we're yet to get. Think about what I'm telling you now. Physicists are telling you Mayans knew more about the stars. They say that the Mayans and the Vedics were the most knowledgeable people about the stars than anybody. They throw the Egyptians in there too. This is what the experts say. But let me show you the double talk. They say that the Mayans, Egyptians, Olmecs are experts at the stars and that no other generation know more than them. But yet they give all the credit to Newton, Galileo, and all of them for the solar system that y'all believe in. Tell me that ain't a double talk. If the Mayan know more about the stars, which are what? The planets in rotation, the solar system, listen to the double talk. They're telling you the ancients knew more about the heavens, which is the solar system. But yet we don't take what the ancestors said as fact. We listen to Newton, Galileo, and all the Freemasons. What they said about the universe is their theories being passed off as facts. While at the same time, these same people admitting that the ancestors knew more about the sky than anybody. And they gotta admit that. Because remember, we still use the Egyptian sky calendar. We still use all of the astrological wheels that come from Babylon, Egyptian. We haven't reinvented the wheel. The way that we make predictions and all that, the way that we program these predictions in the computer to be able to track this stuff is based upon the ancient mapping systems of the Vedics, Mayans, and all them. We haven't remapped the heavens in our time. We're using ancient systems in 2025. Think about that now. When they making predictions and when they want to study about the heavens, they go and get ancient sky maps. They don't go and get Isaac Newton's solar system. They don't go and get Copernicus' solar system. When they dealing with astrology, we're using a natal chart and a zodiac wheel that's based upon, it's so old, it was around when the Olmecs was here. The zodiac wheel that everyone used for our birthdays and natal charts, we didn't reinvent that. That thing is ancient. If the ancestors was wrong about the shape of the earth and the sky, why the hell is the natal chart right? Why the zodiac wheel right? And why the people in power were using that stuff instead of what the Greeks brought? I'm asking a question. Everything we do when it comes to the heavens is based upon ancient truth that you just can't change because it's the truth. The Egyptians knew. The Mayans knew. Anything you wanted to know about the sky, they already knew it. You can't learn nothing new that they didn't know. So it only makes sense that we was just use their stuff. Why fix it if it ain't broken? And the crazy part, the experts ain't even saying it's broken. They telling you this is the most accurate stuff. But what are they teaching your children in school? Isaac Newton, Copernicus, the modern heliocentric Greek solar system. But they using the sky map that's based upon ancient people who believe the flat earth. We haven't remapped the heavens. We're still using ancient systems, saying that we're smarter than ancient people. Just because a white guy sat under a tree and an apple fell on his damn head. You gotta be bananas. No, that's the questions you're gonna ask, but why would they lie about it, Sanchez? Don't let me forget to answer that. I'm gonna be having a call in. If I forget, call in and put that back on my mind. I got a lot of stuff to go over. So you don't have to believe the earth is flat. You don't have to subscribe to that. But you ain't gonna lie on the ancestors like they didn't subscribe to it just because you want to be connected with them while at the same time subscribing to a model that was created by the Greeks. When you go back to ancient Egypt, you see Nut and Gad. You don't see a solar system. The Greeks worship Saturn system. The Greeks were a model that was created by the Greeks. When you go back to ancient Egypt, you see Nut and Gad. You don't see a solar system. The Greeks worship Saturn, and their new form of Saturn became the hypnotization spiral that you call the solar system today, sir. But let's segue back into how this tie into Lord Jamar and Godfrey. All right? Because these two right now, it seems like they are going, it's some sort of humiliation ritual. Now, how do humiliation rituals work? Well, it's all in the name, humiliation ritual. All right, in a humiliation ritual, something is being humiliated because of someone is attached to it. In humiliation rituals, I know what you've been taught. You've been taught that a humiliation ritual is to get a person to the next level by making fun of them or mocking them publicly to let them know who's in charge, but you're wrong. The way that a humiliation ritual works is they will always attach a concept that they want out of the way with the person that's going to be the butt of the ritual. This is how they destroy concepts. They attach them to a person and then they destroy the person. And they blame this downfall that was created by the person on the concept that they want destroyed. So, for example, if I want black people to fall out with flat earthers, if I want black people to stop looking into flat earth, if I want to attack it on a social level, then the best way to do it will be to have a huge cultural figure of respect lose all credibility for dealing with it, and that will teach every other black man subconsciously this is what happens to you if you want to say the earth is flat. If you want to say the earth is flat, you can, what Lord Jamar can happen to you. That can happen to you. So someone ain't, you know what's going on. We think that Lord Jamar going through a humiliation ritual. Humiliation rituals is one of their own, being the butt of the joke, being the thing that's crucified, so that the said concept that they want done away with can die on the cross with this Jesus, so to speak. Jesus represents sin. Because Jesus died on the cross, my sin died with Jesus. It's the same satanic concept. You can take this format and apply it to so many different things, and it's just for whatever intent agenda you want to manifest. It's good because it's a basic principle. If it's something I want gone, I can attach that thing to someone that I know. And everyone like and share the video if you can. Hey, let me give a shout out to Dolph Obama. Thank you so much. Salute Bro Sanchez and to the show. Thank you for the super chat. And I can destroy that someone that I know. And when I do that, I'll destroy that thing that I made them represent and embody. You see? And what that'll do, that'll show people, you saw what happened to him ever since he started saying the earth flat, he fell off, right? It's an unsaid checking in society of you don't want to do that because this is what'll happen to you. And that's the whole purpose of a humiliation ritual and a PSYOP. Now let's go to the other aspect of this live stream, which is the video review. And then we'll hop back and forth with some more of this stuff, tied it together as we review the video. And we'll allow callers at the end. If you're interested in calling in, drop a 1. Only the people that's interested in calling in. I just want to see how many people to expect. Let's get into the video.
Let's talk about your boy, man.
Oh, which one?
Lord Jamar.
Oh man,
how you feel about? Because remember when the whole thing popped off, man. I know you know you God body, you not Nation of Islam, but we all one and the same.
Yeah,
it don't really matter. He disrespected Minister Louis Farrakhan, and
hey, you know what? I'm gonna say something about that.
All right.
My father was a minister under Malcolm X at Temple Number 7 in New York.
Okay.
So my old guy, he told me he used to bring me to the temples and all that. But when I got like 12 years old, he told me, I don't want you part of the Nation of Islam. I want you part of 5% Nation. He's like, I'm gonna give you the lessons. Because my father's nowadays, I'm gonna give you the lessons. But he's like, I want you to go holler. I'm taking you to meet my brother Sham God. That's God Sham God's father. And God Sham God's father, when he was tutoring me, I already acknowledged 120 by the time I was 12.
Okay, we're gonna, he's gonna work his way into the points or whatever. Everyone hit the like and share button. I'm gonna break this thing down because a lot of y'all ain't familiar with the concept of God body. It's a word that's thrown around. We know you God body, but see, the whole thing is this. Every single black man is an embodiment of God. That's right. Now listen, I believe the dude on the left is NOI, the chubby guy with the beard. And Skeletor, I don't know what he is on the right there. But what I'll say about this dude on the left, right? And what I would say about the Nation of Islam, period, is they move like effeminate black men for these reasons. I wouldn't say effeminate black men, I would say cult members. Why? Because check this out. A real man, if you disagree with somebody he respect, he want to sit down and see you and talk about why you disagree with the man. That's taking advantage of social media. Social media ain't let me talk to everybody I agree with and who agree with me and on my side. That's an echo chamber, and that's a cult. You know, let me stay on my island and be a damn introvert and only deal with people that agree with me. That ain't a man. That ain't no man. That's right. That's a cult member. That's a little boy. A little boy that can only play with other people that my friend and agree with me and like the superhero I like. Cause that's your dad, yo zaddy, Farrakhan. If I tell a nigga, man, I think Farrakhan ain't a help to black people. He ain't all that. I'm not talking to him anymore like a little ass boy. No, you should talk to me. You should stand up for what the hell you believe in and stand for. That's right. These dudes right here said they was gonna let me on their show, but they did the background check on me and found out I'm not Farrakhan friendly. So we ain't dealing with Sanchez. No, bro. I want to deal with everybody that disagree with my message and what I'm standing on as a man. I want to deal with them more than the people that agree. Because I'm not a cult and I'm not an echo chamber. And I like to challenge myself, which I'm going to do today. That's right. I'm one of the most approachable doggone content creators. Facts. This is just some trendy neo-pagan. You know, it's like slang. Slang don't have to be correct. It's just what tradition, what we've been saying for so long. And for so long, we've been calling 5%ers God body. But God is a being that knows all. God is an all-knowing being that's tapped into the Akashic records. So you can't be God body. But if I ask you something about the universe, you start regurgitating your damn enemy. Come on, let me beat you up a bit. Y'all some hypocrites. Y'all look foolish. You can't even stand before the ancestors like Sanchez can. When y'all God body NOI niggas die, you can be able to stand before Farad, Elijah, and all them. You ain't gonna be able to stand before them people with them bones and they noses, my nigga. You ain't gonna be able to stand before them people who built them pyramids because you don't think how they think. You don't see reality how they see it. You ain't in an alignment with their concepts. You align yourself with the Greeks. You can dress like the ancestors all you want, but this ain't no show for me because I know everybody gotta die. And the ancestors are already on the other side. You can play all you want to in this earth realm. But the ancestors know who really sent, who's really the one, and not the cult member, and not the brotherhood and the BOULE. Let's go. How is that God body or is that devil body? Because you calling the white man a devil in the 5% nation. But when I ask you about the universe, you going right to the devil to see what he said about it and repeat that to your black brother who you calling God body. You said that God is a being that dwells in the heavens. But if I ask you about the heavens, you got to go ask the devil and he don't even dwell in the heavens. You know I got to beat you up, right? Can't nobody debate me, man. And you need to quit playing with this flat earth thing. This is why they censoring my views, y'all. My intellect is unmatched by these guys. Their teachers failed them. Got them all thinking the same. Oh, you God body? Nah, y'all dumb body. You're dumb, you're indoctrinated body. You don't think for yourself. You're a cult member, and if you don't agree with my cult, we can't be friends. Looking ass nigga. Y'all think something manly about that. You ain't even willing to debate the shit that you believe in. How you gonna recruit people to it? That's got to be a cult. Like, how are y'all recruiting new members? A new member saying, look, man, I'm thinking about joining the nation, but my Christian brother was just debating me about the Quran and the Bible. And you, man, we don't do debates, man. Just stand from over that the minister said. And let me fix your bow tie. Feed you a little bean pie. Open your mouth, say, ah. Can someone tell me how the hell this makes sense? I know it sound good, God body. Man, you got a regular body like everybody else and you just as ignorant too.
That's right. But he was tutoring me throughout the years. So when it comes to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or I'm going to say the dishonorable Elijah Muhammad, the reason I say that is because Malcolm X was supposed to be like your father, basically, your big brother. He brung you the nation. He gave you knowledge of self. If he talking to you in confidence, there's no way you're supposed to go behind his back and snake him unless you're jealous of him. Like I said, I got knowledge of self from my old God. In a 5% nation, all the old gods, they can tell me anything. It'll never come out. Know why? Because our word is our bond and our bond is our...
Because y'all a goddamn secret society. What the hell are the old heads telling you that you can't share with your people? Because my word is my bun and my burn is my word. Like, what the? Y'all a cult, nigga. Y'all are a goddamn secret society. You holding little brotherly secrets like the Masons. If the 5% nation are making black men batter men, why you so secretive about it? That's my same smoke with the Masons. We got all the bullshit in the forefront. And all of these black brotherhoods are saying we building batter men, but we doing it in a lodge with a secrecy, a oath, word is bond. If you're making men batter, that should be on display. People gonna start mimicking and copying that. The young brothers gonna see that there are organizations out there building brothers up, man. Why are you Freemasons doing good deeds in secrecy? Make me question if you're doing good at all. Because you're doing bad shit in the forefront, black people. But everybody that's saying we doing good, you doing it in a damn secret mafia style lodge type shit. Man, come on, man.
Our life, and we give our life for our worship fell. Lord Jamar, his word and his bond.
This man just said he worshiped El. Did I hear that right? Let's hear it.
Our bond is our life, and we give our life for our worship fell.
Okay, our word should fail. I'm sorry.
Lord Jamar, his word and his bond. Lord Jamar, he's a 10%er. He's a blood.
When you say that a man word ain't his bond, you gotta give an example or demonstrate where he said something and then stand by. That's right. You just can't spew that out and then move on without giving us nothing on that.
Bloodsucker of the poor. You know what I mean?
But the question is, when were you gonna come out and let us know this? Yeah, because you just called Lord Jamar a bloodsucker of the poor. But keep in mind, this is Puff Daddy's bodyguard, y'all. You got to keep in mind while you watching this that the man talking with the Santa Claus beard, he's Puff Daddy's bodyguard. He protected a cancer. And he's saying that Lord Jamar is a robber of the poor when all of Puff Daddy's artists ain't got nothing good to say about him. G-Dep died broke. Black Rob, the man died because Bad Boy took him off the life insurance. They so grimy, making all that money and took Black Rob off the life insurance. He couldn't get his medicine. Grimy. You got the nerve. You sat up there and protected Puff Daddy for years, man. You're one of the reasons why Puff Daddy was able to be a cancer for so long and go untouched. And you sitting up here got the nerve to talk about Lord Jamar just because he think the earth flat? What motherfucking parallel universe did I wake up in? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. All the Puff Daddy artists were taking advantage of.
Come on now, dog.
And you got the nerve to say Lord Jamar robbing the pole. Prove it. You saying a bunch of stuff about Lord Jamar without backing it up. His word ain't his bond. He's a robber of the pole. I'm waiting for the receipts. Now, we know all of that's true about your boss, Puff Daddy, who you protected. But we waiting on you to prove it true about Lord Jamar.
That's right. You know what I mean?
But the question is, when were you going to come out and let us know this? When were you going to come out and let us know all this about Lord Jamar after he said the earth was flat? Sorry about that, G-Dep. Much love to G-Dep. He's still alive and he got many more years to go. But, and I'm pretty sure he's doing well, but I'm pretty sure he'll agree with me. Puff Daddy could have done him a lot better, man. He had special delivery. That was a big hit. You knew all this about that man and you kept it to yourself. But the moment he said the earth was flat, now everyone got something bad to say about him. Right. Including the man who protected Diddy. You can't make this up.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Y'all got to keep in mind who's talking on the video. The man that is talking with the beard protected Diddy. You mean to tell me he didn't know what Diddy was doing? You're looking at one of Dittler's protectors, y'all. You're looking at one of the men who is the reason why Diddy went untouched for so long, man.
That's right.
This man protected Diddy his whole life and got the nerve to come out against Lord Jamar. Somebody said them niggas is fraud body. They ain't God body. I like that. Yeah, man, I heard you was fraud body. Yeah, man, we fraud body. Like, these guys be trying to look so cool, this just cringe. It's fun. Yeah, I'm God body. And they, like I said, they do their lips like this. Them Brooklyn cat, they do they shit like this. The niggas get mad at Sanchez. I see you, Sanchez. Son. Yeah, son. Cause you know I can't really do my shit. I gotta practice it. Like them niggas must work out their face muscles. Cause what muscles do you gotta learn to bend your shit like that? That's crazy. Cause of the shape of the earth. And y'all don't think black people moving backwards? Ain't no hope. Ain't no hope. Like, out of all people talking bad about Jamar, a dude that protected Puff Daddy, he just need to shut up. I'm just being honest.
That's right.
I'm just being honest, man. You protected Diddy with your life, and you up here trying to crash out on Jamar because he disagree with y'all on the shape of the earth. Yo, hey, live my op for mental health. Put me on the call with the 5%ers. Cut your camera on. Take that brother in Brooklyn. He can walk in their temples. Soon as he cut the camera on, I'm gonna be like this. Yo, what's up, son? Oh, you God body? Oh, you God body, son? Oh, son, nah, you fraud body, son. Hey, put me on the phone with one of those God bodies, man. I'm gonna ask them niggas, why ain't y'all teaching how to do the Brooklyn lip in school? That shit need to be taught all across America. These are muscles that the average human don't even know they got, nigga. Brooklyn niggas figured it out. Look. Come on, son. Son, I swear when I see you, son. Ooh, we son. I love Brooklyn niggas. I got a bunch of Brooklyn niggas sub to me. Y'all know I'm a fool. Come on now. Y'all don't think this is goofy? And I always said that, like, Hip Hop News Uncensored do a lot of goof troop moves. Y'all want to interview a dude that protected Diddy as if he's solid. And I'm telling you, when you can't say goofy to a Brooklyn nigga, they might blow your brains out. Oh, son. Oh, son, did you just call me goof, son? Son, I'm not even gonna let the F out that shit. Soon as you say goo, pow! And I ain't gonna let you get the fee. You ain't gonna get the fee out. Just goo. Man, this shit is goo. Pow! Bro, I was just finna say, man, you know, this shit is good. It's good for you. Come on, bro. Goddamn, bro. And you wanna know why they got all them subs, but they struggle with views. I get just as much views as them. It's a hip-hop channel. How is that, bro? People see that y'all ain't really consistent in your values, man. That's right. You ain't scanning the people. Like, you don't ask yourself as a black man, who's qualified to speak on this black brother? And dude, it'll never be a dude that protected Puff Daddy to speak on a revolutionary. Look at you may say Lord Jamar wasn't the best in his group, but look at his positive lyrics versus the music Puff Daddy put out. You protected Puff Daddy, but you want to destroy Lord Jamar? But you protected a cancer in our community? You protected a cancer in our community. You protected that, but you want to destroy Lord Jamar. Man, that's crazy.
And that's how I see it with him. Like I said, I even hit Lord Jamar multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, let's do a show together. You know what I'm saying? We got
Lord Jamar must have then hit you back, and you might be salty about it. Let's see that he get back with you.
Body, you know what I mean? Let's do something to uplift the people. Let's do something for the school. School of Mecca, School of Allah. All my messages was read and never replied to.
Told y'all he's scorned, he butthurt. So you's a butthurt scorned motherfucker that's talking bad about this man because you couldn't work with him. That's fucking crazy. And this channel is gonna let this shit go down like that's what I'm saying. It ain't manly. It ain't, first of all, the man ain't there. You should have invited Lord Jamar to the bill. Right. You should have said, look, Lord Jamar, we getting brother such and such on, right? Brother Fraud Body on the show. And he finna go in on you. We just letting you know, man, if you want to come on, it's going to be respectful, moderated. But brother, just out of respect, we don't want to do this behind your back and you just pop up, see the video. Why? Because we're a hip-hop channel. And at the end of the day, you're still a revolutionary in the hip-hop culture, man. How y'all gonna take that away from Jamar just because he said the earth flat? You did the same thing to B.O.B., but you don't take away the shit from the drill rappers for killing each other. That's right. You didn't take it away from Puff Daddy, and you protected him, and you know he was beating on women. You know he wasn't doing his artist right. Y'all be canceling people for all the wrong reasons and protecting them for all the wrong reasons. We protect cancers, and then we'll throw a brother under the bus for thinking outside the box, for going against the status quo, and you telling me we ain't in trouble. We in trouble. We in trouble. That's some manly shit. Bro, ain't nothing manly. I can say the same thing about Hip Hop Uncensored. I reached out to them. They even shot at me out on the live stream. I reached out to them. They said, yeah, we got to get brother Sanchez on, man. I kept emailing them, and I got no response. And guess what? They let me know. Somebody they cool with don't like me. That's right. You think that I cared about it? You think that I went and make videos about it? No, I just moved on. This man reached out to Lord Jamar. He didn't get a response, and now he want to go on a hip-hop channel and slander this man. How the hell you got so much bad to say about Lord Jamar, but you wanted to work with the man? Can somebody answer that one? And let me say this too. Remember, and this is why kids don't join games, but brother Sanchez, the nation of gods and earth ain't a game. Shitting me. Shitting me. The nation of Islam is a game too. All of them throw up signs and shit, and they'll beat you up with they black posse, but they ain't gonna do none of that white man. They ain't gonna put a scratch on the hairs of his chinny chin chin, son, even though they call him a devil. Now watch this, right? I would never join the 5% nation how this man doing Lord Jamar. The 5% nation behave like the rolling 60s. They just cutthroat with each other. You trying to make it like Lord Jamar ain't loyal, but everything all of y'all doing is some hoe shit. Talking about a man behind his back, and just all underhanded what you're doing right here. But let me make it even more crazy, right? I can guarantee you all this. I can guarantee you that these 5% brothers did not want to work with Lord Jamar until he started blowing up on Vlad TV. That's right. That's the same way the gangbangers do. The gangbangers will have a dude in they set that ain't nobody even checking on him, don't nobody care about him. Soon as that little brother start blowing up, getting clout, all of the gangsters be like, so man, when you gonna do a show at Hood Day? When you gonna come out and do something from the set? When you gonna do an interview with the such and such podcast? When you gonna do an interview, with your hood podcast? You ain't giving back. You ain't doing that. But I'm just saying, when the brother was trying to get on, nobody was even helping him out. Nobody even studying that man. Soon as he blow up, he owe y'all some cause y'all from his set, cause we in the same gang, just cause we in the same hood. Entitlement ass niggas. And if I don't give you what you feel I owe you just because we in the same gang, I gotta watch out for you. You may go behind my back talking to niggas like you're doing now. 5% niggas do just what the gangbangers do. That's right. Lord Jamar getting clout on Vlad. Let's see, is he gonna give the school some of his time? You wasn't asking him to give the school none of his time before he blew up with that white devil that y'all talking about. So y'all want to throw him under the bus for going to Vlad, but you didn't want to work with him till he blew up with Vlad. Can somebody and they great-grandmother make this shenanigan make sense for an old dumb country boy? All right, let's play the video. Everything you saying about Lord Jamar, you knew this when you wanted to work with him, which make me think you lying on that man. That's how women do. A woman will try to holler at you, and if you turn her down because women ain't used to getting turned down, she'll make up something about you. Girl, don't holler at him. His breath stink. Some. He don't take care of his kids. Just cause, and you come to, and what the woman will find out later is, oh, she tried to holler at him, and he turned her down. If he was that bad, why the hell did she try to shoot her shot at him? That's right. If Lord Jamar was that bad, why you tried to holler at him? Why you try to shoot your shot? Well, you don't want to collab with no nigga who, the way that you saying, right? He's a culture vulture, something you just said, right? You said he robs the poor. You knew that when you wanted to collab with him, though, but you didn't tell us. Had you collab with Lord Jamar, you wouldn't even be on this interview right now saying none of this stuff. You would be all on the man, respecting him. Yeah, man, this my brother and all that, bro. You didn't get what you want. So now you just on here and the fact that Hip Hop Uncensored let you do that is showing everyone how you not supposed to move as a black man and be on code. That's right. You will not learn how to be on code from a 5% nigga because they ain't got no, look at how he moving. This don't even make the 5% nation look good. It look unorganized. It look like y'all don't care about a brother who just disagreed with you on some small. It's just not a good look to be falling out with Jamar for some flat earth. And there's so many other black guys that the nation need to fall out with that's real sellouts. This brother just don't agree with you on the shape of the earth, man. Okay, move on. Now let's go and feed our communities. Damn. They trying to make it like Lord Jamar being divisive when y'all canceling that brother because he think the earth flat. You could have been like, look, Jamar, you my homie and all that, but I don't agree with you on that flat earth and we ain't got to talk about it no more. We just can keep being friends like we've been doing before you told me that, and you can agree to disagree. You still my homie. I got your back. You my brother now, right? But I'm not going to get jiggy with you on the flat earth, right? That's cool. That's cool. If you got people in your life with that kind of relationship, drop a 1 in the chat room. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I get it. I'm a flat earther too. I know people that keep it that way with me too. And guess what? We still cool. We still get along. We laugh, joke. We just don't get into the flat earth thing because I know where they stand. And if they want to bring it up to me one day, I will be happy to go into it. But when a person tell me, look, man, and they let me know, like, I'm not interested in that, okay? Cosmology ain't for everybody. Everybody not interested in stars, planets, and all that stuff, right? Whether it's flat or round, they wouldn't be interested. It's just not their cup of tea. Cosmology is its own field, like anything else, and everything ain't for everybody. See, this gives me bitter, scorned woman vibes. He didn't want to work with me, so now I'm going to go after him. Right. Let me give a shout out to Wash House 44 for being a member for a month right now, man. I think he just got an upgrade. Wrong button, Becky. What you doing? Everybody like and share the video.
The same as when y'all said y'all sent it to him.
And so now he need a reason, though, to be legitimately to have a beef with Jamar, because he can't say, well, I'm mad at Lord Jamar because he didn't want to work with me and I reached out to him. He'll look like a clown. So what he got to say? Flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. That's why I'm going after him, because he lost respect with me when he said the earth flat. But that don't make sense, bro. That don't make sense. Think about this, right? The 5% nation called a white man the devil. You got brothers like Jay-Z and all of them that work with the white man, sir. Head of Def Jam, they with the NFL. You got so many black brothers that's in the 5% nation that works with the white man and his agenda. And you mean to tell me you ain't lost respect for none of them yet for working with the devil? See, you got an organization that blew up calling a white man the devil, but guess what? They all work with the white man, just like Farrakhan. Farrakhan can call the white man the devil all he want, but he don't believe it and we don't need it, because I never see him smile as big as when he's standing next to some white guy. That's right. White guys made these dudes. The top guys in the 5% nation owe who they are to a white man, and that go for Jay-Z too. So the white man got your whole organization by the balls, and you ain't lost respect for it. You lost respect with a black man because he think the earth, because he going after the white man's teaching, who taught us wrong just about every damn thing. So you going after a black man because you disagree with him on the shape of the earth, but you don't disagree with none of these black brothers that's working with all these racist white corporations and taking the bag, even though they call the white man the devil. Okay, let's keep playing. We finna break it down. Hit the like and share button, people, for real though now.
So let me ask you this, because I mean, before this whole Vlad situation, before he ran back to Vlad, and it was been rufflings here and there, but for the most part, Lord Jamar's name has been solid. So when was the shift? Like, when was it?
Now listen, Lord Jamar's name has been solid, right? Now this dude want to know when was the shift, and this dude right here, I'm still trying to figure out. He looked like something. I can't think of it right now. I'm gonna think it ain't Skeletor. It ain't Sagat from Street Fight. It's something. I'm trying. Y'all might help me. But yeah. Let's see, when did Lord Jamar lose respect, right? Because they didn't even lose respect for him for going back with Vlad, according to what the brother just said here. So when exactly did we lose respect?
So now we're looking at Lord Jamar a little bit sideways. Why you think that happened, and when do you think that happened?
Man, hold up. 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second.
Could it be when a black man started thinking outside the box and challenging the status quo is when all the other crabs in the bucket said, no, you can't be the only one thinking differently and new, right? Don't tell me it's when a black man come and change the narrative and go against what the status quo says true, right? Because I remember the first black people that said, we not Africans, they got a lot of pushback. That's right. The first black people to stand up and tell the world, listen, black Americans are not Africans. They got a lot of pushback, and they still getting pushback. And it ain't because we are Africans or we're not Africans. It's because who do you Negroes think y'all are to change the status quo? You don't, the white man don't give you the power for that. The white man taught you everything he wants you to know. And if you challenge any of it, he'll get some black men to come shut you down. That's right. The white man ain't got to do nothing. The white man will run psyops from within your own people. He got everybody programmed to maintain his status quo. And it's so embedded within their programming that Lord Jamar can get a pass for going back to Vlad TV, but he can't get a pass for saying the earth flat. Listen to this.
I got y'all. black out real quick. But check this. When I think that happened is when he went on Godfrey, he let that white boy eat his food.
Now, they saying that Professor Dave beat Lord Jamar in a debate. Now, here go the truth, right? None of them niggas on this call right now, Sam, I'm viral, Original God, or Puff Daddy's bodyguard. Neither three of these guys can stand a chance with me in a flat earth, globe earth debate. And in fact, guess what? I know they own globe earth model better than them. Facts, before I debate them on the shape of the earth, I'll prove we'll have a quiz on a globe and I'll even answer the right answers for their globe model before I go to schooling them on a flat earth. Why am I bringing that up? Y'all are saying that the white boy won that debate when you don't even really science like that. The reason you saying the white boy won is because you don't think that another black man can think outside the box and actually outsmart and point out a flaw or a lie that your white zaddy has told you on Godfrey channel. Let's revisit the main argument from that debate, because I'm gonna be honest, right? I don't even think these niggas even understand the debate, the terminology, or the scientific points for real. They just picking the white boy because we've been taught that the earth is a globe, and they don't think that some Negro that they grew up with can figure it all out and not them. It's almost like, hold up, so you mean to tell me you figured this out, but we didn't? That's why it gotta be wrong, y'all. Because ain't no way this small group of people figured this out, and all of us didn't. That's basic. Let me tell you something. Before niggas in the hood let one nigga be the genius, they will know in their heart that he telling the truth, but still mock him and go with the crowd, bro. That's right. It's sad, and I don't think there's no more hope for the world. Because I think deep down inside, a lot of brothers is like, well, it do make sense. But then they thought it through. If we all get behind this brother, because this make a lot of sense, he's going to be the man overnight. That's the dude that woke us up to something we all been believing for the past 50, 100 years. 50 to 100 years. The question would be, even though you got these handful of little black dudes in the hood that got the truth, if other dudes in the hood knew that these guys had the truth, will they let them shine? It's the question. And say, yo, them dudes right there just woke us up. They got a new truth that we didn't even think about. It makes so much sense, and we know the white man be lying. Now you coming with a truth that Farrakhan didn't come with, Garvey didn't find out the flat earth, Elijah Muhammad didn't find out the earth was flat. All of the leaders up there in these schools of thought, none of their forefathers get credit for this. They would have to look back and say, damn, our forefathers was wrong about boom, 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 because it's based upon Greek cosmology and we weren't even connected for real to our ancestors. They would have to rewrite everything, just like the white man would have to rewrite the physics books, just like the white man would have to rewrite all the science books. Everybody will have to rewrite everything. That's right. All of the religions, all of the Moors, all of the 5%ers. This is why flat earth is such a threat. Flat earth literally shakes apart the foundation of every freaking body schools of thought all around the world, from Hinduism, Buddhism. Show me your shit. I'll show you how your symbols and all that go back to this one universal truth. Basically, the whole principle, the whole foundation for the cognitive dissonance. So if you go to your, and all of us didn't, that's basically the whole principle, the whole foundation for the cognitive dissonance. So if you go to your, beat Lord Jamar in a debate on Godfrey channel, let's revisit the main argument from that debate, because I'm gonna be honest, right? I don't even think these niggas even understand the debate, the terminology, or the scientific points for real. They just picking the white boy because we've been taught that the earth is a globe, and they don't think that some Negro that they grew up with can figure it all out and not them. It's almost like, hold up, so you mean to tell me you figured this out, but we didn't? That's why it gotta be wrong, y'all. Because ain't no way this small group of people figured this out, and all of us didn't. That's basically the whole principle, the whole foundation for the cognitive dissonance. So if you go to your homeboy and say, man, I think they lied to us about dinosaurs, your homeboys will bust out laughing. They will tell you tripping. And it ain't that you're wrong. It's that you're going against something we all established and agreed on since we were kids. Imagine you being in science class, right? Imagine you being in science class debunking fossilization, which can be done in 3 minutes. We can debunk the stupidity of fossilization. And that's what supposedly proved dinosaurs, right? That's a whole nother stream. But peep game, right? Imagine you being a student in science class. Your teacher is indoctrinating everybody about dinosaurs because he was indoctrinated or she was indoctrinated, teaching evolution and all that. And you raise your hand and you come with the most genius questions ever. Hey, if humans evolved from the chimp, then why aren't they still evolving right now? Well, it's happening so shortly, and they know that what we're asking is, where is this intermediary species? If humans evolved from chimps, then we have to find a subspecies that's part human, part chimp. And that's the whole Bigfoot conspiracy. Now notice, if you say Bigfoot real, ain't nobody gonna laugh at you. But if you say the earth flat, everybody gonna laugh at you. Come on now. People believe that a doggone half man, half chimp been living in the jungle solo by itself. No one ever bumping into it for generations. It's been living out there since your grandma was a baby. It ain't aging, apparently. It ain't having children, but they still saying in 2025, Bigfoot is still out there somewhere. Bigfoot probably died of old age by now, right? And we're Smallfoot. Huh? Bigfoot ain't mating with nothing. Just see, you can believe in the most ridiculous stuff, but when it come to prove, you can prove flat earth, bro, simply. And they act like it's just the most bizarre thing, talking about psychological operations. That's right. You know, it'll be no different than another kid going up to another kid saying, listen, Santa Claus ain't real. And that kid will say, how the hell these gifts get under my tree? And that's like the globe saying, how is this rock landing on the ground when you say gravity ain't real? There's an explanation other than the one you've been given. Your parents didn't put them gifts under that tree. Santa didn't put them gifts under that tree. So a child waking up saying gifts under the tree, that proves Santa to them. They've trained your mind for this even as a child. You believed in Santa because, hey man, how else did those gifts get there? Yo, your young mind never thought mom and dad. So that's my thing. Like, they'll make y'all have an observation. You'll have an observation. Like a kid will say, Santa must be real because gifts under the tree. A global will say, gravity must be real because I'm being, some holding me down to the earth. And what the false premise is that something is holding you down. That's right. The moment you tell yourself something gotta be holding me down, now you automatically assume, well, gravity is real. Because how am I jumping and landing back down? Gravity is an explanation of why things fall back to the earth, but it ain't a fact. And anyone can come with an explanation that's better than the theory of gravity. So, you know, Theories aren't facts, and we'll open up the call line. The law of density is a universal law that explains why things float, why they sink. Gravity don't. Daddy working their ass off. That's right. Because you went with the lie that mama and daddy told you without doing what? Questioning it. You know why you didn't? The young mind hasn't developed inquisition yet. Your young mind is as it develops, it's supposed to question more and more. But they try to work against that awakening. They reverse it. So when you're young as hell, your parents do a lot of lying and tricks on you that the young mind just ain't able to outsmart. They're adults. You're a child. So I expected you to believe in Santa Claus when you were a child. But when you grow the hell up still believing in Santa Claus, you on your own. And that's like the globe thing. Why would a person grow up and still believe in Santa Claus? Because they never questioned what their mama and daddy told them. Who was your dad? Uncle Sam, the white man, the physicist, the scientist, the experts. You never questioned what mama and daddy told you. So you're a child still believing in Santa Claus. Now I got news for y'all. There's more children in the world that believe in Santa Claus than don't. And there's more people in the world that believe in a globe than don't. Now go ponder deeply on that.
Once you got knowledge of self, you start talking about the earth is flat.
So what can you conclude for that? There's more kids in the world that don't question what their parents say versus kids that just take what their parents say, hook, line, and sinker. There's more of them. There's less kids in the world that's going to question and challenge authority. That's a mental survey that just can't be denied. And even when we grow up, it's the same. There's less adults in the world that's going to challenge the status quo, challenge authority. That's a handful of people. And you want to know why it's more kids that believe in Santa Claus than don't. The average human since birth is taught not to push back at what's agreed upon and normalized in society. Facts. That's how they keep the wool over your eyes. So this brother about to give me a prime example on how they got us trained to the fact where people like to say, Lord Jamar chose flat earth over everybody, but it's the other way around. The moment Lord Jamar came out and said he was a flat earther, everyone disowned him. He lost all his friends, and some of y'all can relate to it. Some of y'all know when you came out saying the earth flat, if you didn't lose your friends, it just wasn't the same again afterward. You know, and if this ain't a PSYOP, man, that sucks to be Lord Jamar. I ain't gonna lie, real talk. But they will act like they're the victims. They will act like Lord Jamar joined a cult and he left all of his friends and turned on his friends because he joined the flat earth cult. But they're the ones that's part of the cult. And if you try to question the cult, they will disown you. They will lose respect for you. That is a cult, man. That's right. That's a cult. A flat earther ain't lost respect from a globe earther because we used to be globe earthers. We know facts. And you know what's crazy about a cult? The key characteristics of a cult. Most members are born into it and they never question it their whole life. And when anyone in a cult do question it, they are faced with instant ridicule and mockery. Don't that sound like the globe earth versus a flat earther is just being open-minded, questioning what they taught us in school. They taught us Columbus discovered America. That was a lie. Shout out to the man that questioned that. Ain't nothing wrong with questioning what you've been told. That's right. You're supposed to do that. And you shouldn't be ridiculed for that. But in our society, anybody go outside the box, outside the status quo, you try to question what we all grew up in with this cult called America. You face ridicule. That's cult behavior. And I'm telling you, you don't know that you born into a cult in this country until you actually start trying to free think and use free thinking. And you see how much resistance and ridicule and mockery you're met with. No one takes you serious. This is how cults work. Know where you at. We respect you still. But cult members are taught by their leaders, you can't respect anyone that don't believe what we believe. Even when I was in the church, I was taught you can't be respecting these non-believers. That's facts. That's another key characteristic of a cult. If a person don't subscribe to what the cult subscribe to, the cult don't even look at them like an equal. You're beneath us. You're not equal to us because you don't agree with what all of the members in our cult are. You're not one of us cult members. And that's how the globe earth is. But no one see it because just like a cult member, they was born into it. They can't see it. It's like you've been living in a house your whole life and you can't smell that your house stinks. You live in that house. You're born into that house. But everybody from the outside that come in their house, they say, damn, you smelt that? Right, let's go. Like you respect believers. Our respect ain't equal to all man and humanity. We don't judge people by the content of their character. We judge them by if they believe, if they agree with me or not, if they believe what I believe, if they part of my cult. That's how we do it today. So what you about to hear from this brother is to prove my point. The brother saying he lost respect for Lord Jamar when Lord Jamar said the earth flat. Keep in mind, these brothers are hip hop heads and they didn't lose respect for Lil C for even getting caught with a she-male. They didn't lose respect for Jay-Z for how he did all them artists on Rockefeller Records. That's right. And sold himself out to the white man only thinking for himself. How many other black men we can say the same for? Because remember, the 5% nation still defends Russell Simmons. The 5% nation, this guy who's speaking was Diddy's bodyguard. They got a lot of respect for rich black men, no matter the black man's moral character, long as the nigga got some money. It don't matter his toxicity level, but he ain't got no respect for a young black man that challenges the white man's science and physics. Listen to it. Listen to this cult member tell you how to lose your respect the moment you say you disagree with the cult that you was born into. Then the cult gonna turn on you. It ain't that flat earth is a cult. It's that we were born into a damn cult. That's right. And the moment you challenge everything you was born into, you're gonna see that you was born into a cult by how the cult members start acting and treating you. Bro, I got family members that look at me sideways just for saying the earth flat. And it's like, it's so crazy it can be proven, man. The ancients knew what they were talking about, but we've been programmed this way to say they're the enemy, they're not part of the cult. If you born into a cult, you don't know the programming. They tell you who to hate, who to be mad at, who one of us or not, who to lose respect for. So they teach you in they cult, you don't lose respect for PDF files, grapists. You only lose respect for flat earthers. That's what I'm getting from Diddy's bodyguard. Let's go.
Once you got knowledge of self, you start talking about the earth is flat.
Guess what? When you get knowledge of self, that's when you start talking about the earth is flat. Facts. Facts. Seriously. Because guess what? Knowledge of self, I am self, law, and master. That's Islam. For you to be your own self-governing law, you don't subscribe to the laws of the heliocentric model or the Greeks. Right, y'all get what I'm saying? How the hell is the black man God, the white man the devil? Islam. I am self, law, and master. But when I ask this black man about the universe, he start repeating the white devil, y'all. That's right. How are you your own self, law, and master when all of the laws of the universe, you subscribing to the Greeks' ideologies? All of the laws of physics that the Europeans subscribe to, you're just regurgitating your indoctrination. How the hell is that being a god? You're a student to the Greeks. That's right. You're a student to the white man. A god is a person that realized, wait a minute, I was taught by the devil, and the devil is a liar. See, the 5% nation and the Islam niggas, they call the white man in power a devil, but Sanchez and Flat Power and other groups really live that shit. That's right. Y'all just talk that shit, nigga. You still work with the devil. You want to be next to the devil. Y'all silence Malcolm X for talking bad about the damn devil. According to y'all, make it make sense. If I asked this God about how heaven was created, he said, let me go look in a book that the devil wrote. What page is on again? Newton wrote it right here with my God ass. But you somehow seem to be glorifying Isaac Newton and all the people who teach in the globe. Like the whole concept of I am self, law, and master is based upon the ideology that every human is in the middle of their own universe and projecting a simulation around them. So y'all just be talking this God body shit and this deep shit up north. I'm serious. A lot of New York niggas, they look cool. They like it looking deep, sounding deep. This shit like a costume with these niggas. They ain't really about this studying and this thinking outside the box and challenging what that devil taught them, man. These niggas is fakes. These niggas is phonies. Soon as you ask this God about his damn self, he go to repeating the devil. Nigga, I don't even call the white man the devil and I challenge him more than y'all niggas. The fuck? The niggas that call the white man the devil regurgitating him the most. If the devil, how the devil know more about heaven than you and you calling yourself God, my G? How? The concept of Islam and God body didn't originate with the 5% nation. Guess what? The oldest form of it that I can prove to you existed before them was Da Vinci breaking down the God body. So I'll pull that up to you. Here's what Allah is based upon right here. If you ever seen that image that 5% people use of Allah, come on, get your spanking. It ain't nothing but a little old knowledge. Let's go. Arm, leg, arm, head. Here go the original version, y'all. Arm, leg, arm, head. It's Vitruvian Man, a.k.a. Jesus on the cross. Jesus on the cross is all the same knowledge of the God body, which is your macro body, not your earthly body. But CNN, YouTube was banging on me that day. But we got it in, man. And I'm finna pick back up where I started beating and teaching with the syncretism. So y'all get ready, because we really about to go deep. And I'm gonna debunk Professor Dave. Oh, I got a lot of good stuff for you. But we got, I think, 5 more minutes of this video to review. And then we're gonna pick back up from right there. Just like I said, hold on a second. Because I want to know exactly where I left off. Make sure y'all like it and share, man. It really helps us to, you know, bypass the algorithm, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? All right. Part 2. We're going to talk about this Lord Jamar. All right. Talking about Lord Jamar with Puff Daddy's ex-bodyguard. The reasons that they're canceling Lord Jamar, so we won't have to look at too much of it. Concept of Islam and God body didn't originate with the 5% nation. Let's get Guess what? The oldest form of it that I can prove to you existed before them was Da Vinci, Leonardo da Vinci, who was breaking down the God body. Let's go. So I'll put, and don't you know the VI in Da Vinci ain't VI is 5? I'm reaching on that one, but I thought about it. But look, the God body was taught way, the 5% nation keeps saying God body, but they don't know the true teachings of it. It just look cool to them. Pull that up to you. Here's what Allah is based upon right here. If you ever seen that image that 5% people use of Allah, arm, leg, arm, head, here go the original version, y'all. Arm, leg, arm, head. It's Vitruvian Man, a.k.a. Jesus on the cross. School Jesus on the cross is all the same knowledge of the God body, which is your macro body. Now watch this. Here go what the 5% nation teach. You see that? Arm, leg, arm, head. Why? That represents the body, which is the pentagram, which is why it's 5 letters. Now watch this. The name of all the deities in the world are 5 letters because every deity in the world can be in synchronicity to the earth god. What is the earth god? The meat cube, the flesh. Jesus, J-E-S-U-S. How did we see Jesus, y'all? On the cross like Da Vinci, man. I'm finna go through the synchronicity to these 5% niggas. You're not on my level, bro. That's right. You're not on my level, bro. And your teachers ain't either. I don't care how mad you get. It's time to move forward. Cause niggas wanna, you mad because nigga is young niggas that's gonna come and prove that our elders didn't know everything and they got to pass the torch. You niggas wanna keep worshiping these same folks. Nigga, the elders built the foundation. We gotta put the house on it. Look, let me give you some game. This is called syncretism, not believing and just no damn blind brotherhood. Look, check this out. J-E-S-U-S. 5 letters. Allah. A-L-L-A-H. Devil. D-E-V-I-L. All of these gods that I'm naming, I can show you a picture of them like that. The devil, Allah. Watch this, right? What's another one? I can do this all day. Moses. M-O-S-E-S. You see Moses like this in between the 2 pillars, right? With his arms out, right? All of these 5-letter deities, right? Huh? Just saying, man. You know, and you probably can keep going more if you want to do it. Let's go. You get the point. Not your earthly body, but why you think Da Vinci called it Vitruvian man? Vitruvian is dealing with the word virtual. The Vitruvian man, which is what we looking at here, is literally showing your real body that's nailed to the cross on the other side. You pent down with all these. Let me show you what the Catholic Church got. Everybody got this concept. The man of sin is the synth body. This is what you really look like. You're plugged into a simulation, just like Neo in the Matrix. All of those alphabets represent a different wire going to the body. Check this out, man. You see the plugs plugging in. We're really, our real body, or what they call the God body, or the, you know, Neo's real body, is the one that wakes up in the real world. So the concept of the God body, it means your base reality, your base body in the highest plane. The one that exists outside of the matrix, outside the sim, is sleep, is dreaminess. So when you look at everybody in the matrix, right, plugged up to these little machines right here with all the wires in their body, that is the God body, or the man of sin, the fallen one, the fallen angel with his Neuralink hat on and his simulation wires. This later became as Jesus being pierced in his sides. Jesus was pierced all over in his sides because Jesus represent what? Sin. The first form of Jesus with the crown of thorns on the head and the piercings in the side was this right here, 1737. I wouldn't say did I say the first form? No. This is the real form of what, see in the church, this is the real concept of what Jesus represent. Is like a voodoo doll with the needles in it. You see? Piercings all over. Remember now, whatever they do to the voodoo doll, it happens to the real you. Where did this concept come from, y'all? It come from the Matrix movie. What did they stress in the Matrix movie? Whatever happens to you in the Matrix, it happens to you in this realm. So if Neo was getting beat up in the Matrix, his stomach right there, he'll be feeling it in his little seat right there. And they will say, look, if you die in the Matrix, you die right here. As above, so below type stuff. So that's like saying, hey, what happens to your voodoo doll happens to the real you. See, all of this knowledge was about the simulation we in. They said we born into sin. We're born into synth bodies. A synth is an avatar. And that's why it's called a man of sin. Jesus died so you can live. That means your avatar in the Matrix is come to make all the mistakes so that your God body can be perfect, sin-free. Because Jesus, he took on the sin of for everyone. So your highest version, right? It laid itself down on the cross and died, like we see right here, and it went into the simulation. And when it went into the simulation, it made its mistakes as an avatar in the earth realm, learning from its karma. It learned everything it needed to learn in the earth realm and made all of its sins or mistakes. And it returned back to the heaven, to the God body. And guess what? The God body didn't do none of that. It was chilling. So your avatar made all the mistakes in the simulation, in the fake world, so that when your God body wake up, it'll be perfect. Because it'll have all the knowledge of all of your lifetimes recorded when it wake up. It'll be sin-free, like what they said with Jesus. He died so you can be free of your sins. Because when a baby is manifested in the higher realm, they put it right into the Matrix. Babyland, Babylon, the tower, the quantum computer. They put it in the Matrix so that the baby can master itself. That's what Islam is about. I'm scooting the 5%ers. I am self-law and master. Just like Neo in the Matrix, Jet Li in the One. Everybody got to unplug their own wires. Neo can't walk over there and unplug Morpheus. Everybody is wired into their own dream, and can't nobody free you but you by waking up and learning your lesson in the simulation so you can wake up your God body. This was the knowledge of all this stuff. The 5% guys, they sound cool, but they ain't gonna go this deep with it though, man. They ain't gonna go this deep with this God body knowledge. I know it look cool. But this is the concept of the God body right here. Is your macro body, the version of you that's literally dead right now on the cross. This is your pentagram body. Why they call it a pentagram? Because you're pent down by the wires. You're plugged in. You're pent down, pentagram. Why do they call it the world of sin? Because it's the place where you make mistakes. What is the word mistake? My stakes. What are your stakes? It's every last one of these needles that's plugged in your body. Let me teach you something about voodoo. Every needle that's pinned to a voodoo doll have a certain vice pinned on it that the person is trying to get over and overcome in their life. So if you got a cigarette addiction, an alcohol addiction, a sex addiction, you would take a needle and you would pin to that needle sex, cigarettes, alcohol. When you pin all of your vices to the man of sin or the voodoo doll, you then destroy, you bind the doll with like a rope, and then you destroy the doll and smoke at a fire, and I think you do it during a full moon or something like that. But what that represents is every vice that you was having problems with, you wanted to overcome, you just ritualistic did it by making a mini representation, pinning those vices onto it and killing the little doll. It died so you can live. This was the concept of Jesus. It was talking about a voodoo doll. It was all, this is Celtic magic that they turned into a Yiddish religion in early America. But this was all based upon Satanism, which is human sacrifice, because the Celtic people had evolved from just voodoo dolls to literally saying, listen, if this doll can pay the price for my evil, what if we can up the ante with an animal? What if I can take an animal and we pray over it, we do whatever ritual, we can pin all of our vices into it or anything we having problems with or trying to overcome, and then we sacrifice the animal instead of the doll. And then that went into, hey, what if we do a human? The power will be even stronger. The magic will be even stronger in the ritual. So that's how you came, and but first it all started with voodoo was the first religion, and it was never about human sacrifice. It was about binding your vices to a doll. But the whole concept of the voodoo doll is based upon your body and the soul, because the doll is to your body what your body is to your soul. Take a minute and think about that while I show you this. Here is a holographic human, which is what your body is. And the light that's projecting your hologram or your flesh comes from your soul. It gotta come from somewhere, right? Now listen, when your soul leaves this realm, your body will collapse and fade away like an Asian fan in decomposition. Because the thing that's inflating your body with life source like an air inside of a balloon is the soul. And when the soul leaves the body, there's no more air in the balloon or the avatar, which is, in this case, there's no more light to project the holographic man. But think of it like air in a balloon. It's the same concept. When the air leaves a balloon, it deflates. When the light leaves the earth, the body decomposes. Check this out, though. Check this out. The soul is the light that's projecting the body, but not the body. But the soul only created a body so that the body can make all of the mistakes that the soul can't make. You see what I'm saying? God in heaven can't make no mistakes, but Jesus, the earth God, can make hella mistakes or be the embodiment of mistake, which is the flesh. That's to say, the real you haven't walked one day on earth. The real you went to sleep in heaven and created an avatar in a simulation, which is its little voodoo doll. And its little voodoo doll can be a little bad little monster. It can act out all of its vices in these underworlds and learn its lessons from it. And God, the real you, can wake up in heaven and guess what? It was all a dream. You never really done none of that. And that goes to everyone that made even the most worst mistakes. When you make it out of here, you didn't do nothing for real. It was just a learning lesson. It's all a school for us to learn our karma and explore what they said, get knowledge of self. The soul is here to learn of its earth body, its lower self, and to see how it really is in this Hunger Games scenario. Because all of these gods in heaven are good people. That's why the word God is good. Just put another O. But see, you're good by default. You don't have a choice to be good because you don't know evil yet. Right? So in order for you to literally choose good, you gotta be thrown into the earth realm, because the universe can't make you good by default. That ain't fair. It's programming you like a robot just to do good things. But the universe want to give you free choice, not free will. but the choice to choose what version of yourself you want to be, the good version up here or the lower version down here, which is why the universe puts you in the middle of them both, so you can say, do I want that or that, that or that? It ain't starting you off in heaven. It ain't starting you off in hell. Every soul's journey start right here in Midgard, in the earth realm, in between heaven and hell. And that's the universe saying, I'm not going to choose for you. Whether you want to be up here or down there. So I'm going to put you in the middle. You can choose for yourself. Whether you want to be your higher self or lower self. And that's the concept of your God body. And you got a devil body. But the universe ain't going to make the choice which one your consciousness choose to merge with. But if you choose the lower self, you will reincarnate in the lower realms, and vice versa when you choose the higher self. Now, the word voodoo doll, the etymological origin of these two words in antiquity comes from the two words video duel. Sanchez, what is a video duel? It is your holographic double. You have more than one body. You got a body and a soul, but essentially your body is your soul's avatar. Voodoo is the word video. This was the ancient Africans' way of knowing that we're in a Truman Show simulation. Go watch the Truman Show. His whole life was in a movie, a video. So the concepts we see in Hollywood and in the occult, they literally come from our ancestors. Why the 5%ers and Freemasons is giving y'all the knowledge of the Greeks and the dummies to keep you dumb down. Why the world so dumbed down if we got all the answers, Sway? Maybe we need to go back and relearn everything we've been taught. That's right. Last time I checked, the world was going to hell in a handbasket, but they act like they know everything. Voodoo doll, video duel. You have a dual, layered versions of the self, D-U-A-L. The doll was your dual version. It was your double up. It was your lower version. So your video doll or your video duel, anyone you do it, but all of that is etymology and syncretism. This is my profession. So the ancestors knew we was in a holographic Truman Show flat earth simulation. Just like the Truman Show with a dome and all that. And that there were higher beings on the other side grading us. This is a game. It's a test to see who's resilient, who's really got integrity, morality. If everyone knew the truth coming in here, that'll be like a teacher giving you the test and everybody know the answers already. You got to figure this thing out on your own, which is what every student do. They study. And what are you studying? Yourself. You getting to know yourself, because the test is all about you getting yourself right, not getting their answers right and going with their status quo. That's what I am self law and master is all about. It ain't that I am self status quo and maintain the damn status quo that the Greeks created. You're a gate guard. How are you a self law and master a God body? Regurgitate motherfuckers. Show me a God that's a damn parrot too. So now I see where I left off at. So what I was schooling 5%ers on the concept of God body, because in the interview, the brother was like, ain't no way you got knowledge of self saying the earth flat. Let's talk about knowledge of self, because it's about the soul having control over the body, or what they call moral discipline. You're not just, bound by the desires of the flesh, basically, some sort of discipline. The concept of the purpose of any monk or what they call a ak or whatever for self mastery and self discipline was to ascend out of the earth realm. This goes back to what I was saying about space. These 5%ers believe in space, right? But it was taught that the God body ascends and that the devil body descends. So we all are God, have a God body, a soul that a ascension body, you know. And let me break that down to you, y'all. When you die, right, your devil body or your lower self, which is the flesh, it goes to the earth, to the ground, and it decomposes in the ground. Your upper body, your higher self, it ascends up to the heavens. Your soul decides which one of these versions it want to stay with, but there's going to be a split when you die. That's why they say rip. Rip. What happens when we die? Our higher self and lower self literally rip apart. It's a 6-pointed star. It's a macabre. It got a one triangle pointed up and it got another triangle pointed down. It's a 6-pointed star. Matter of fact, let me show you this whole thing. It's called a gamer. This is what Vitruvian man was teaching, that we're in a simulation. The 5%ers don't want the world to know this. Watch this. They got this thing called a gamer wheel. That ain't what I'm talking about. They strap the person in it. What is it called? Human, like damn it, what that thing called where they suspend them into that big old circle? Somebody type it in the chat room. They strap these people up in this big circle and it be swinging and moving. What that thing called? Who gonna be the first to type it? Human, let me see. It's a circle. They strap them up in it. Come on, somebody in the chat room. It's a, what they call that wheel? They strap the person up in that, a gyroscope. Much love to Wisdom Thought. This is what Da Vinci was trying to tell us with Vitruvian man. This is literally what your God body is inside of that circle in its pentagram. This is what your chakra layers are, man. This is what we really look like on a macro level. Let me show it to you. We're in a virtual reality, and all the ancestors knew it. And the gate guards are trying to hide this thing with PSYOPs and all that. Look at here. Here is your God body. Look at your God body inside of this chakra layers. This was the ancestor way of telling you you are deeply embedded into a dream within a dream. It's a 7-layered dream. And you got to wake up out of that one, out of that one, out of that one until you finally get back to the final layer. And that's really breaking through each one of these circles. That's why Samson broke through the pillars. This is what Da Vinci was trying to teach us, that we're inside of a cosmic simulation and we're bound. They got the man strapped up with the strings for a reason. Pull up Vitruvian man. You will see that they got these wires. He's bound. He's bound. And you can't break out of these straps. You literally got to learn your way out of them. So when you master each version of the self in each incarnation cycle, each lifetime, then the universe will remove one of these circles, one of these layers, one of these handcuffs or straps. And let's say it's 7 of them, and you're born 7 times, and when you master the 7 versions of the self, then that last little scrap is removed and you wake up in the base reality. and you know, you're in your God body. You've activated your God body by unplugging it, just like Neo in the Matrix. It's to say that Jesus is like a hot air balloon doll that's been pinned down to the underworld, but he can't die though, because he's an immortal being. So as he take out all the pins, his little body start to float up to the ocean surface and he resurface. But each pin is a vice that he got to overcome. And this is a pruning process, just like an eagle, a bald eagle. It will rip off each one of its feathers. It's a painful process taking that feather out, taking that spike out. But the eagle will make itself bald because its wings got so dirty, it can't fly as high as it used to. So the eagle say, you know what? I'm going to rip all of my wings off. I'm going to be a bald eagle and I'm going to grow them back. And when I grow my new wings, I can fly up as high as I used to, because the wings was weighed down with dirt. And it prunes itself and it can fly high again. This is what our soul is like, a bald eagle. It got dirty. It fell into this realm. It got to go through a pruning process and pull each one of these spikes out so it can fly high like the eagle and regrow its wings, right? Because we're fallen angels, remember? That means we lost our wings and now we finna regrow new ones, stronger ones that'll make us fly to newer heights that the old wings couldn't go to. That's what this thing is. This is like a workout machine for the soul. It's getting them stronger like a hamster in the wheel. When that hamster get out that wheel, that thing gonna be buff. This is a spiritual workout. This is what Vitruvian man is your virtual body, your God body. This is what you really look like on the outside. You're a gamer. So they call it the God body or the gamer body, like the real you. Not the you in the game, but, you know, so you get the point. Let's go back to this. We can be either or. My whole thing about the God body, they using the term vaguely, but they don't know the spiritual science and knowledge behind it. They're just neo-pagans, and it's just tradition with them. They don't have the facts. So you'll hear them throw around the word God body, but the Greeks didn't believe in God bodies. So when they adopt the universe that the Greeks got, when a 5%er brother goes against Jamar, you going against the very foundation of the God body. Listen, ain't no up or down in space. The people that came with the concept of God body knew that the God body was what they call the ascended body. Or the ascended master, the God of heaven, the most high, but you got a most low too. And you want to be in tune with your highest version, not your lowest. This the concept of I'm God body. I'm God. That's no different than saying I am my higher self, not my lower self, right? But here's the thing though. And when you say I'm my higher self and not my lower self, you're saying I am my mind and not my body. I think, therefore I am. I am the observer and not the flesh. Right? That mean what? Mind over matter. That mean I am my mind, which reside over my material body. So yeah, this is when you say I am my mind and not my body, you're literally saying I am my God body. I am a God, which is what the 5% people are saying. But just to show you what I'm talking about, when you say, listen, I am the consciousness that reside inside of my body. I am not my body itself. Another way of saying that is to just say, I'm my God body, or I'm God body, right? But let me show you something real quick. When I say I'm my consciousness, I am my mind and not my body. Here's what I'm saying right here, because I'm saying it to y'all. but I really want to show it to y'all. So prepare for this right here. God is the consciousness. Look at this image. And now guess what though? Here is another image that was painted by who? Leonardo da Vinci. I do not know why people don't put no respect on Leonardo's name. That's right. You want to give credit to a white man? God damn it, give the credit to Leonardo and Plato. Y'all don't know which white man to get behind. Right. You don't know which white man to get behind. That's facts. You get behind the one that give you the bag. That's the devil that you call. That's crazy. Y'all call the white man the devil, but the one white man you work with is the one that's the devil. We don't get behind the righteous one. Da Vinci, right? Who had a code that was telling us all this. Y'all, I never hear y'all brotherhood niggas talk about Fibonacci. Fibonacci, cats like this who was giving you the secrets behind creation. They wasn't talking Big Bangism. You see what I'm saying? You didn't hear these names till you got in the conscious community. When I say I am my mind, I think, therefore I am. What is the name of God? I am the thinker, the observer. I am doing this. I am doing that. That is the mind observing the body carrying out an action that the mind told it to do. You had to think it before it manifests. And that's why they say things happen in heaven before they play out on earth. You think it before you do it. Your higher self is above the earth. Your lower self is beneath the earth. And as you move up, you go up into the heavens, down into the underworlds, plural. The ethers above, waters below, as they call them. So in the ancient concept of a flat earth with the earth in the middle of the universe, let me just break some down to you real quick. Because when you have the earth in the middle of the universe, you can go up, you can go down, right? You can go up or down. Let me give you what I mean. Let me show you something. In other words, earth is a beginning spot for new souls. Because for every baby soul that's conceived within this universe, you get to choose whether you want to be good or bad. The universe ain't going to choose for you. And I want to say something. I'm not just some Negro that's saying, look at me, look what I know, right? I'm a Negro that's saying, each one teach one. That's right. I see my brothers participate in cult behavior and belief systems when we got facts coming into our young generation now. Facts been raising up into your people. The book of Revelation say that the spirit of truth will be poured out in the end of days, and that young men will see visions and old men will dream dreams. People who blind at this time, they want to be blind. We're in an age of Aquarius. The Piscean age is over. That was the age of just doing what the hell you're told and listening and maintaining the status quo. The Aquarian age is literally the age of self-awakening and challenging authority. But everybody ain't going to be ready for the shift. They're going to be left behind. Let's go. So what the universe does, it puts you in the middle of the earth. And the earth is this place that's in between the good and the bad realms. If you want to be your good versions, you ascend upward. If you want to be your bad versions, you ascend downward into these what's called underworlds or heavenly realms. And there's another broader picture of what this thing looked like, according to the ancients. And here is the science associated with it. It is electromagnetic energy field. We see it on the right. So this is science. The Jamaicans had a god called Anansi the Spider. If you look up Anansi the Spider, you'll see that the Jamaican people ain't dumb like the white man is mocking them out to be. The white man will say they believe in pagan gods and spook gods. He would have you think that the Jamaicans are literally worshiping a damn Spider-Man, when the Jamaicans were personifying a tourist field. Check it out. It's no different than Mama Callie with all the arms. It's their version of Vitruvian Man. It's so many versions of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. The Jamaican was smart too. This is a god called Anansi the Spider. And the thing you gotta look at is that Leonardo da Vinci ain't the only smart person. Like the white man ain't the only one smart. In fact, a lot of our ancestors, which I keep telling y'all, they learned it from our ancestors, bro, a lot of this stuff. So if you look at Vitruvian Man, you can see that's your Anansi the Spider. That's your Mama Callie with all the arms. That's the part of the Matrix when Neo dodged the bullets. Because that's the part where we're beyond time. We're multidimensional. Vitruvian Man is Leonardo Johnny come lately way of finally coming to the knowledge of what the ancient Jamaican people been knew. Come on now, man. That's right. So you got these other images that the 5%ers like to show all the time, like this one right here. That's Allah in the form of a vortex, in the form of a swastika. Look at him. Arm, leg, arm, head with his Neuralink cone on. Neuralink, that's the God body. Look at him. Sits hands, pentagram, the fallen one. Sometime I think these dudes know the truth, but they can't tell us too. I'm throwing it all on the table. Like this image, what they studying in 5%, is the Jamaican God. It's the same knowledge. It's Vitruvian Man. It's Anansi. And it's the whole pentagram man, arm, leg, arm, head concept. The virtual body, the God body. Associated with it, they're saying that the earth is a torus field. Simple stuff. Check this out, right? Above are heavenly realities, below are hellish realities. When you dream, when you have nightmares, you visit That's right. That's right. My bad, y'all. Let me say that again. There's a person in the chat room that's saying I should just be preaching Jesus. But I'm telling you, preaching ain't got the world nowhere. It's churches all over the world preaching, and that's how you get a belief system. When people preaching to you, they ain't teaching you nothing. Knowledge come with teaching. The Bible ain't a book of belief. You either know it or you don't. It's a book of truth. You can't believe the truth. The Bible say prove all things, which is why Sanchez is a teacher, not a preacher. If I'm preaching to you, then I'm going against the Bible and I'm making you go against the Bible. Because preachers require your belief and faith. Teachers require your critical thinking. They require you to activate the God inside of you and use logic and reasoning. You ain't a God if you believing. You a God if you using your mind and your consciousness. I think, therefore I am. I just showed you the image. The person keeps saying, Brother Sanchez, just preach the word of Jesus. No, man. Why would I listen to you? You a church member. You on your way to hell. The Bible prophesied that all of y'all people that like preaching, you like Pastor Porkchop. The Bible said these preachers are all going to hell with the false prophet, and you telling Sanchez to preach to people. You ain't gonna get me going to hell. That's right. I'm doing what the Bible said. The Bible said, prove all things and let the man with the eye see and let the man with the ear hear. If you doing all that, ain't no way you're a believer. If you got eyes to see and ears to hear and you proving all things like the Bible said, how the hell you believe in a pastor? And that pastor gonna lead you to hell with his 501(c)(3). He in bed with the state. Y'all the same people that let them give out that cocktail juice in your arm up in the church during Operation Warp Speed, and you think I'm gonna take advice from you when the Bible said you and your preachers is on your way to hell. You better get up out my chat room. You need to be listening to me. Why the hell would I be listening to a church member when the Bible prophesied the great apostasy that you Christians gonna follow that damn preaching ass nigga right to hell? And you coming up in here telling me to do what your pastor doing when the Bible say your pastor going to hell and you going too. Visit these underworlds where bad probabilities are playing out. And when you have good dreams, you visit. The universe is set up so that every soul can choose whether it want to ascend or descend. If the universe already placed you in heaven, some church member, you know, all that deep stuff that you breaking down, Sanchez, it ain't that deep. Just believe in God and preach Jesus. That's why you going to hell. That's why the book of Revelation said that y'all dumbass gonna go to hell with your damn ignorance. Simplifying this complicated, intelligent creator to a damn belief. How the hell you got a belief system versus a truth system? If the Bible is a book of truth, show me somebody that believes 2 + 2 is 4. You either know it or you don't. You believe in your pastor's bullshit and his misinterpretation of the Bible. That's why you're a believer and not a knower. Coming up in here talking to a nigga that know. When you know some, you teach some. You don't preach a damn thing. When I didn't know nothing, I was a preacher. Now that I know some shit, I'm a teacher. And you can take these teachings and you can take it to the bank. You ain't gotta believe me. See, when I was a preacher, I wanted everybody to believe me. When I became a teacher, I started telling people don't believe shit I'm saying. Prove me wrong. Because the Bible told you to prove all things. That means prove if Sanchez telling you the truth or not, and your pastor. Why the hell you got one dude telling you don't believe shit that I'm saying? I dare you to go prove me wrong. And your pastor begging your ass to believe him. That ought to let you know who lying to you right there. That's right. It made the choice for you. You may want to be a evil person. Right? If the universe automatically placed you in hell, well, that ain't right. What did the universe do? It placed you in the earth realm. It's going to let you decide where you want to go with your action.
The legend Lil Wayne just dropped.
So, yeah, now let's move on. Let's move on, man. I'm cooking and I'm beating and I'm teaching. And I'm on my Brooklyn shit, nigga. You already know. To my 5% niggas. I'm on my Brooklyn shit. Hold up. Hold on a second. I'm gonna learn how to do it, nigga, now. I'm on my Brooklyn shit, son. I'm on my Brooklyn shit, son. Yo, son, what you talking about, son? Come, son. That shit, I can get used to that. That shit kind of cool, man. I get it now. The more you hold your mouth like that, you just tap into that Brooklyn energy. And even if you never been to Brooklyn, you just get these Brooklyn vibes. Just hold your mouth like that for a minute. You're going to feel like you're in Brooklyn. Watch, I'm telling you. You got to hold it for longer than 2 minutes, though. You got to be for a while. You ain't going to feel it. You do it for a little while. Hey, I'm going to open up the call lines, man. Who want to come on? Hey, I will donate $50 to a nigga right now with the Brooklyn slant. Hey, if a Brooklyn nigga get on and hit this shit, I gotta get your cash app. Hold up. You got to really be a Brooklyn nigga and you gotta hit it. I'm gonna learn it. Let me quit playing. Brooklyn niggas gonna get mad at me, man. It's just a joke, man. Come on now. I do humor. Look at my channel's homepage. You will see the words humor. That's what we do. What's good? We got first what's good? Wisdom thought, man. Talk to me. What's good? How you doing?
That's peace, man. Peace to the channel, peace to the chat. Everybody know.
Peace to you. You got something on your mind, man?
Nah, I was thinking about the Hindu, the what's that? Lord Shiva. Shiva. Where she got the like 8 arms, 6 arms.
Mm-hmm. Inside of that circle.
Yep.
Just like Vitruvian, man. That's facts.
Yeah, it's all the same thing, man. Just, as you're going through it, I'm just thinking about all this other stuff. I'm just like, damn, you know, can't deny it.
Mm-hmm. That's what we in right now. We think we moving from point A to point B, but we're in a simulation and we ain't really moved. We like a baby in an incubator. The baby is dreaming the whole while it's in his mama belly, thinking it's moving around in the world outside, but it's really still sleeping in the belly. See, when the baby come out the womb, we don't gotta teach the baby how to be a baby, but it sure teaches them how to be a parent. It teaches the mama, father how to be a parent. And the baby come out knowing what a nipple at, it comes out knowing how to be a baby, how to communicate at a baby level just so it can grow up, you know. But the thing is, it learns that in the belly. See, the baby is projecting its consciousness into the outside world, is exploring the outside world, and it's sleep in the belly. Now, another way to look at this, a caterpillar goes in a cocoon. It busts out the cocoon as a butterfly, and it automatically know how to fly, even though it never flied before. But here go the thing. When the caterpillar was sleeping, it was dreaming that it was a butterfly. It was flying around in its dream. So when it woke up with wings, it was like a free flight simulator school. The dream world was our original school. The simulation was our original school. So the caterpillar, when it becomes a butterfly, it don't gotta learn how to fly, because when it was sleeping, while it was transforming into the butterfly, it was dreaming it was already a butterfly. That's projection. That's projection. So that's another way of looking at this thing too, of this whole God body experience. These teachings used to be this deep on earth, but now they got everybody obedient, heaven or hell, do what God said. And God said, be obedient to your earthly masters. They got this thing in the Bible where every human is compliant and complacent to the system. Just like in the Matrix movie, in the form of religious indoctrination. So we are dropping a link for people to jump on. If you are a 5%er watching from the shadows, quit ducking smoke, man, and come on up. Quit being secretive, echo champ. I'm not going to play with you because you're beating and teaching our symbolism. Matter of fact, let me pull up this 5% nation symbol and go in and show you the truth about it. They don't know nothing about their own symbol. So why is there a 7 in the middle? Because you got 7 chakras. You got 7 layers of the self. What is each one of the spikes coming out the side of the circle represent? It represent the limbs of each layer of the self. This is their form of Vitruvian man. You telling me that the people at the top of these things don't know the truth when it's embedded in their symbols? You mean to tell me that the people at the top of the gangs, the Freemason, the 5%, the Nation of Islam, I'm calling all you niggas out because I know that you watching and you ain't joining. That's that secretive shit that I'm talking about. We can't go around them if they telling the truth. I gotta fall back, stay away from him now. Ooh. You want to make an Illuminati nigga get from around you? Start telling the truth. It is Illuminati repellent. They ain't, hey, them niggas is like roaches when the light come on when you come with that syncretism. The Masons don't want to play no more. Where my NOI niggas at and 5%ers at now when you go to going into their symbolism and showing you don't even know what you're talking about your own symbols, man. And I got to do this every now and then. Us flat earthers got to let all of the scribes of the world know we the real Gnostics, nigga. Y'all are the pretendos. Y'all are the Pharisees and Sadducees. And the only thing y'all got on your side is the world is dumbed down. You got the media and you got consensus. But we got the real truth that cut through the lie, man. The light that shine through the darkness. It cannot be denied.
Yo, Sanchez, you see the back to the star. You could pull it back up. You'll see the circle with the a circle within the square.
Let me take some of this stuff off because I just got too much shit open. Hold on, it's gonna come back. Hold on, it's gonna come. Here you go.
Yeah, if you really look closely, you peep the circle and the square.
Big old facts. Big facts. You see, and you know what that circle, you got a box, right, with a cross on there. And you know that's Kabbalism. See how we can't nobody fuck with flat earthers. Like, we like the astrophysicists, the religious leaders, the 5%ers, the Masons, all of these different groups, they're the pretendos. They're the Abrahamic faiths. You don't have no true agenda for humanity because ain't no such thing as no humans. We are fucking gods that fail. And they're keeping the world thinking in terms of physics, flesh and blood. Whenever a nigga go deep, guess what they say, man? I don't get into all of that. I'm worrying about feed my family. That's some animal type shit, nigga. We are divine beings. I don't worry about food. I'm not a homeless man, but a nigga will start making up all of these instinctive, lower secular shit when you get on the spiritual shit. Yeah, how that's gonna put food on my table. How that's gonna give me toilet paper to wipe my ass. Sanchez, how that's gonna pay my light bill, and you know I need Kool-Aid, nigga. They go to thinking all of the earthly shit, how that's gonna get me honey buns. Sanchez, I like Oodle noodles. How that's gonna get me them? They go to thinking of food, clothing, and shelter like you can't walk and chew bubble gum. Nigga, you a body and a soul, but you can only focus on your body? What kind of primitive, simple ass being are you? That's why y'all going to hell and you ain't gonna sin. Let's go. So let me let my brothers cook. Chris Foss, what's good, man? Welcome back. I'm about to pull some more slides and beat and teach them. Yeah, welcome back, man?
Love, peace and love.
Some
My fault for
love.
the background noise. Man, I'm just listening in. Hoping you can get some smoke up here just to hear their perspectives. Because I guess I'll mention one thing. I feel like people are just protecting their ego, like their identity. Because, like you said, roaches when the lights come on, like they see the truth and they got to scatter, or else it's gonna hurt their what they built, and they can't take that. So it would be nice to get someone up here to make it make sense what they're talking about. But when you bring all this truth, there's not much they can say.
The lights on. They roaches.
That's such a that's funny but true comparison for real.
If you
But yeah,
want
I don't.
them niggas back on the panel, I gotta cut this light off and talk about some Carmelo shit or some little shit like that. You know how I go. They ain't come. They vampires. That's sun shining.
It's like
Niggas ain't
we're
coming out of this
afraid,
shit.
like socially, we're afraid of being judged by other people by coming out with this truth, like flat Earth and a different understanding of the Bible. That's not what the church preaches. Because you go out into public in the Matrix, you start talking like this, everybody's gonna look at you weird and think you're crazy, and people are afraid of being looked at that way. So they just keep, even if they know the truth, like some of these people you feel like know the truth, but they just keep their mouth shut because they feel like they're going to get judged or they're going to get ridiculed. And that's honestly why I respect you so much, because you've been doing this for years. I've been watching you since I was like 18, 19, and I'm 26 now. So yeah, I've been watching you for like 7, 8 years, and you've been on the same truth, like regardless of what anybody thinks. And like I have mad respect for you for that.
I appreciate the love, man. I really appreciate y'all. I'm gonna say this real quick. Watch this, right? Look at here. Y'all want me to go even deeper with the sacred geometry and stuff? Hit the Cash App, hit the super chat. Even if it's just $2, I'm finna stand, beat and teach. We finna go in. Watch this. Here go the 5% nation symbol. Shout out to the brother. He pointed out the fact you have a box with a cross coming out of it. You have this box, but when you open it up, it's this cross coming out the box. It's like a cross in a box sort of thing going on right here. And what that is right there is this right here. It all goes back to Vitruvian man. Look at what the ancient Egyptians was teaching right here. Leonardo da Vinci, everybody knew this about the God body. Even if you see Vishnu with all of his avatars, he got multiple arms, multiple heads. That's the Vedic way of showing you the Vitruvian man, your virtual body. Now watch this. When you unfold a cube, a cross come out. When you take the cube and you overlay it with the cross, the cube, which is the 360 or the cobblestone, you put the cross overlay it with the cross, right? You get this symbol right here. That's the Egyptian Ankh. That's another form of the Ankh, right? And if you look at this symbol right here, what does it have on it? The zodiac. They showing you the sky. And you know what this line in the middle represent? The North Pole. And you know what this line right here represent? The Earth plane. This is a flat Earth model. It was in your face the whole time. I'm just saying. Let me show you what I mean real quick, because y'all gonna think I'm tripping, because like with sacred geometry, symbolism, syncretism, not everyone got the third eye to really go deep. That's why I said, do y'all really want to go deep with the symbolism? Because if you can see this shit with me, you'll see what the hell I'm talking about, man. Like, let me show y'all something real quick. Because the Earth's cut up into like 4 main sections. Let me show you.
Does that relate to the 4 corners of the earth?
Yep. They all point inward toward the center. And I'm going to show them to you soon if I find. Here it is, a form of it right here, but it's another one I want. You know the one I'm looking for, y'all. Bear with me, I'm going to get it. And that one just, it's so accurate, man. Yeah, bear with me. We going to find it. So it's so accurate as far as how the torus field is sectioned. You know, all of these are good, but it's a particular model that's just something like this right here. But the model I'm looking for is actually moving. It's in motion. So, let me see. Oh, I didn't put GIF. It should pull up now. Hold on. Go here. It normally is in here somewhere. Hold on. I won't spend too much time, but this is important. But I do got one. Hold on 1 second. All right, I'll just use what I got, but I'm gonna make my point real quick, right? So make sure it ain't down here though. All right, so yeah, it's one of these. Last look. All right, so check it out. Here it is right here. I mean, I'm trying to show you the 3D model, but this is what they're showing you right here. You saw this image a lot. You can see the whole flat. Like, if you think about this image on a 3-dimensional level, the yin yang in the middle, that's the circle of the earth, sun and moon going. That, you know, that's like the sun and moon going around the North Pole. They taken a 3-dimensional concept of the cosmos, they turned it into this. So you got the sphere right here. You got the flat plane cutting through it, dielectric inertial plane right there. And then you got the North Pole going directly through the middle. And this would be the flat earth model on a 3D level. But people can't see it. Let me give you another way of looking at it. This one will really probably sync it with you to let you know it's all the same. So this is the Asgard version of the earth. And if you compare this to this, you should see now what I'm saying about it's the terrarium on top of a mount. It's all the same shit. But I'm showing y'all this because remember how we even get to that. Because of the 5%ers. Look, this, you don't see all of that in that one symbol. I'm gonna show you some more, right? If you look at how you unfold a cube and it get a cross out of it, that is what you getting right here from the 5% nation. Let me show you another version. Here is the Vedic conception of what's happening at the earth. The earth is a big cube, like a Christmas gift, with a ribbon on top. But the ribbon is opened up. They call it the sky vault. And the gift that's coming out the box is souls being released from the earth. Every good soul that's dying right now, they shooting up to the highest, to the next higher heaven. This is happening at Meru. So this is a projection point. You see the four, my brother said that this got something to do with the four corners. Exactly right. You know, the four corners ain't on the outside of the earth, they on the inside. Y'all get me? It's like a four-way cosmic boulevard. When the ancestors were talking about the four corners of the earth, they was talking about the North Pole, but everybody looking at the outer edges, looking outside, because when you think corner, you think outer perimeter, but you will miss it, man. Like they're talking about at the North Pole, there's a crossroads. There's a all of these roads lead out, right? At the north, even if you look at the Vatican, right, courtyard, where the big spear at, they got this. They got this cross at the Vatican spear. Matter of fact, let me pull it from my slides so I can do some real syncretism here. I got you. Hold up. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here go what's at the Vatican. The Vatican showing y'all the cosmic boulevard.
What's that in the middle? Is that supposed to be the globe or is that something else?
That is the egg of your mama on a higher plane to give birth to you again in a higher better version of yourself in a higher realm. This is how the sperm get in the egg. As your soul, which is a white ball of light, head back to the middle of the earth, it's gonna gain so much acceleration, it'll reach what they call a point of no return. You can't stop now. You're gonna crash right into this damn ball, which is why at the Vatican, they rubbing it right in your face. They got a tear in it. When the people is walking toward it, they represent the sperm cells that is crashing into everyone going to be born again in a higher realm at their future mama. Or the Pac-Man eating up the people's soul, as some people like to call it.
And what's their explanation? What do they say it is?
They just call it the spear within the spear, and I'm gonna read it to you verbatim. And they'll tell you about the interconnectedness between all things in nature or something like that. Hold on. Some to that nature. And we'll read exactly what they say. The spear within a spear symbolizes the complexity and fragility of the world, both in its physical and spiritual dimensions. You see that? They telling you the truth. And it features a bronze spear with the cracked surface revealing an inner spear also cracked, suggesting a hidden mechanical interior. This imagery is interpreted as a metaphor for the human experience. See there? See, where harmony, represented by the outer spear, clashes with the unpredictable and potentiality destructive nature of existence. So this is order out of chaos, which is the sperm having a crash, boom, and from that, something as complicated as your organs, your kidneys, your veins. That's real magic of chaos magic, order in the chaos. They give you some other spooky stuff though. But just to understand how this tied to life, death, reincarnation, the human experience, I put up another image what I was saying about you being born again. You can look at it like this. Right now, man, there are humans all around the North Pole. If you look at how the Earth made, all of these continents are surrounding the North Pole. And the North Pole, there's a black hole portal, what we call the female egg. It ain't really a physical egg. It is a three-dimensional black hole. I know that sounds crazy, but imagine a hole that is three-dimensional and you can fall into it. It's literally a gateway into a whole way up out of here. You just beam and you checkpoint to another point, projection point. But the thing is, when the what happens is no matter where you die at on the earth, your soul is pure light. And see, at the middle of the earth is a black hole. You can't escape that. No light can escape the black hole, which is why all of these sperms is going to crash into that egg. They can't help it. It's magnetic. Like I said, it's so you reach a point, you realize once you start moving toward the center as a soul, you can't turn around now. That's it. If you don't want to leave the earth, you don't even head north on the astral plane. You stick around in the darkness like they tell you. Don't go into the light because you're going to be born again. I'm going into the light. I want to be born again on a higher plane and keep moving up the damn stairway. These people crazy. They getting this new age, new world order knowledge, and they going to end up trying to cheat death. Like everybody want to get to heaven, but they scared to die. They see the light in the sky. They don't want to go in it. That's some new age spookism to get your soul reincarnated. Because think about this, right? What they telling you to do, stay in darkness, man. That's crazy. Because think about this, right? When we were children, we were scared of the dark. And now we grown people scared of the light. You can't make this stuff up. We just scary. We just scary. Like when you lose your fears, you can go where you want to go. If I don't want to go in the light, it ain't because I'm scared of nothing. It's because, hey, I'm chilling in the darkness right now. That's what I want to do. Y'all's chilling in the darkness. Something gonna eat me. I don't want it. Bro, you have no fears or you already in hell. Though that kind of fear mongering with your soul when you die, you already dying in a messed up vibration. You need to die with the spirit of a warrior, man. That's important, how you're transitioning. That's why death rituals was so important to the ancestors. They didn't want nobody passing away in fear, but people fear what they don't understand. Our ancestors understood the hereafter, so they didn't fear it. They already was acquainted with death before death got acquainted with them. Check this out. Here go the symbol of the 5% nation. Here go the Vedic universe. Go figure. They're what all of these people, whether they know it or not, they're gate guards. That's why all of these brotherhoods on earth, the police, the masons, the frats, all of them are gate guarding the cosmic symbols. And they got the LGBTQ gate guard and the rainbow. They got Hitler gate guard and the swastika. They got all of these symbols that will wake us up being hidden. They removed the book of Enoch from the Bible. And everybody lost as hell now. They don't have no idea how great they are, how divine this place is. But the Hindu was saying that the middle of the earth is a cosmic boulevard. And that's what this 5% nation showing you here. Everybody knew the truth.
My bad, Sanchez. So that's Admiral Byrd. When he took that trip to the north.
Yeah, he was a Mason too. He the one brought forth the hollow earth theory. But you know, the thing about hollow earth, what it was a big PSYOP, right? Let me show you. See, the people with the hollow earth thing tried to make it like this is the hollow earth right here. This is what Admiral Byrd was talking about. That we live on a solid globe earth, but it was hollowed out. The whole thing would collapse in on itself, and we know that. This don't even make sense. It goes against anything that's, come on, bro. It's fairy tales. What was they hiding? If you look at this PSYOP, right? And this lasted for about 2 decades. You still got hollow earthers right now. But if you look at the hollow earth model, it all goes back to the torus field. Look at the torus field and look at how the energy is recycling in and out of the torus field like this. And then look at what Admiral Byrd gave us right here at the North Pole with the energy going in. The energy going out. They hiding the free energy and the torus field. They rather give you everything else than this because this is the secrets of free energy, inflation, how we ain't sovereign, how the paradise was lost, paradise lost. But the how they mind freak fucking everybody with the PSYOP with hollow earth. The word hollow, they making you think that it means chiseled out or something like that, but what it really means is holographic, right? So holographic earth is what they're hiding behind hollow earth. They using the same symbols, same terms, but you got to decode syncretism. You can go behind the bullshit and see what's being plagiarized here. But the fact that we live in, matter of fact, let's pull up the Big Bang explosion because they showing you, they literally showing you a holographic sphere that's made out of light. I can't make it up. Let's go to their Big Bang imagery. Here it is right here. Look at it. They giving you flat earth. Look at the dielectric inertia plane with Maru in the middle. That's flat earth. Here go the flat earth model that they giving you for the Big Bang. Because the earth is the universe. You're inside of the universe right now, but you saying you in the earth. That's why if you pull up a Hebrew concept of the universe, guess what you will get? The entire earth realm. You won't get stars and space and all that because the stars are inside of the universe, which is the terrarium. You see here? So if you pull up the ancient universe, they just give you the earth bubble with all of the galaxies and stars and all that in there. You see the difference? And if you pull up their universe in the heliocentric model, they basically giving you the same shit. They giving you the dielectric inertia plane, splitting all of these bubbles right there. Y'all see the flat earth with Polaris, the brightest star in the middle? All of the magnetic ley lines going toward the middle. Y'all can see that? So, you know, same thing, man, same thing. Y'all get it.
Also, with that symbol, the 5%ers, it has the moon with the star in it. And that's one of the phenomenons that you see on the flat earth, because you can see a star through the moon. The moon is like transparent, and that wouldn't work on the globe model. That's right in front of everyone's face.
Right. That you can see stars through the moon, proving we're in a hologram. We're in a holographic simulation. And this is what all of these groups are hiding, man. You got some groups right now listening to this shit saying, what we gonna do about this nigga? We can't have this shit. Like, how are my numbers getting lower, but the content getting more quality, more better? You already know this information gonna be censored. Now look at this right here. Of the cube being opened up, that's the third eye opening up to release the light. When your third eye open, a light bulb gonna come on and it's gonna illuminate the light. That when your third eye open, it's gonna pierce through the darkness around you, which is this fake world. The world that we seeing around us is not an accurate representation of what reality is. It's what reality looks like through the human body, but you ain't the body. It's like me putting you on some dirty glasses, and you was born all your life with these dirty ass goggles on, and you think that the reality in the dirty goggles is reality. But nobody never told you, bro, you was born with dirty goggles on. You never saw the real world for real in its real light. And you're like, you mean to tell me this ain't the real world? I only saw this dirt place. No, this a veil over your eyes. We're interacting with, we only see 10% of what's real. Even their science say that. Even their physicists will tell you, you only see 10% of what's real in the universe, and that you only and that if you zoom in on anything, it's hollow. If you zoom in on any object, you basically can see through it, right? Ain't nothing solid. It's just a bunch of vibrating atoms, as they say. But I'm not gonna go start debunking atoms. That'll be doing too much. But we get it. It's their way of saying everything is holographic. And it's not really solid when you zoom in on a micro level. They don't even know what an atom is. It behaves different based upon how you observe it, which is another proof we're in a simulation that's based upon how we perceive it. And it ain't physical. And the ancestors said we can edit this place with the power of our own thoughts. And that's why they don't want us waking up. That was a dude that they put to death for teaching this back in the day. I'm going to share his videos coming up soon. And there was a doctor that figured out we was in a simulation. He came up missing. They found out that you can affect reality with concentrated thoughts. The CIA found that out in the 60s. And they knew they had to dumb people down. They can't have one person getting so strong in their mind that you become God in this place. But see, in the ancient world, there was a spiritual hierarchy on the earth. And you had oracles, OGs, spiritual Buddhas, gurus. Their mind was literally more open, more bright than other gods. And we respected that. No one lied to no one. We all learned the truth. So at every moment you knew, hey, just like if I'm taking karate, I may not be a black belt right now, but if I keep fighting, one day I'm going to get my black belt. That's how everybody knew in this earth. One day I'm going to be an ascended master and I'm going to be kick ass, like how it was levels. But it was so dope because No one was trying to hold anybody back. Every soul was given the truth so that they can reach their own potential. No excuses. So, you know, that was a spiritual hierarchy where the most spiritual people was in charge on earth. And that's when it was heaven on earth. Now it's just the richest people are in charge. And you get your riches by being the most cutthroat and barbaric. So evil people run the world now. Knowledge ain't power no more. We made money power. But on the low, knowledge will always be power. And when we forgot that, we became dumbed down and ignorant, and the money ain't freeing us. It ain't getting us into a better situation. Only knowledge gonna do that. And you can't substitute knowledge with money. A fool and his money will soon depart. That's right. Because he ain't got no damn knowledge. Now check this out right here. Here go the 5% logo. And here is a collage to show you the Taurus field opening up, the Rubik's Cube opening up to release the soul once it learned this lesson. Guess who else was teaching us this? His name was Michael Jackson. He did an album called Escape. He spelt it with an X. Why? X marks the spot. X is the middle of the damn earth. I just put it up. It is the swastika. This is your God body. This is X right here, the cosmic boulevard, where you rise up out of here. Here it is right here, X, escape. Here it is right here, Vitruvian man, going back, my soul ascending back to its God body. Here it is right here. So when you look at the 5% nation symbol, arm, leg, arm, head, Allah shapes like a swastika. But that God that you see is this same God Anansi, which is these deities that you see right here. You see the Celtic God right there? They started to personify this cosmic boulevard into Papa Lekba. So instead of them giving you a cross to represent this cosmic boulevard right here, they just started giving you Jesus on the cross. And once they put Jesus on a cross, they started just merging the man with the cross. And it became images like what you see here with the Celtic man. They started merging the man with the cross. Watch this. And you get this swastika man that the 5% nation keep giving you. The God body man. That shapes like a swastika. That's their version of merging with the cross. And this is for educational purpose for the algorithm. We are not teaching hate. We love Jews. We love Jews. We don't teach and we don't promote no Hitler. Wink, wink. We don't condone what was done to those beautiful people. Shame on him. But anyway, like I was saying, right, about this Allah God body thing. Let me see. Arm, leg, head. I thought I had it up. Let's pull it up. I lost it. But y'all know what I'm talking about. The one, here it is. Let me keep it up this time. Here we go. This is their form of Jesus on the cross, ascension. The God body is the ascended body. All right? So look, Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. Here go early forms of it before the 5%ers, y'all. The 5%ers act like they came up with all this shit when they don't even know about this shit. They just looking cool. I'm God body. They can't go this deep with it. And if they can, shame on them for not been teaching it before Sanchez, you damn gate guards. That's right. So either way, you're wrong. So let me see. Yeah, let's.
Yo, Sanchez, can
Yeah.
I ask a question?
Yeah, for sure.
First of all, is it cool to kind of turn the conversation towards like Jesus and the church? Because someone asked a good question in the chat that I was going to bring.
Okay.
All right. So she asked, let me see if I can find it. She said, if the Ten Commandments say thou shalt not kill, it doesn't make sense to me that God killed his son. And then she said, one person told me that he sacrificed his son so that we're denounced of our sins. She said, which again makes absolutely no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Would you sacrifice your child for the good of everyone else? And that's how my mind was when I first heard this too. Like, it doesn't make sense because nature doesn't work that way. So what's your, I guess, interpretation of the way the church teaches it? I know you say it's satanic, and it makes sense because like human sacrifice is satanic. So like I'm curious.
The people in power traded places with us. They were pagans who had all kind of spook beliefs, superstitions, and weird stuff like that, right? The people in power, they had dumb beliefs like if I do wrong, right, Chris, I can wash it away with goat's blood. I can bite the head off a damn bat. That'll wash away the fact that I just beat my wife up, right? I just beat my wife. Now I gotta walk down there, grab a chicken, and kill it to clean my evil. So it was a group of people who had dumb superstitions and ideologies like that. They went around the world on crusades and they learned the truth from our ancestors. And when they enslaved the children, they taught them the paganism bull crap that they had rose out of. They traded places. They gave us their superstitions and spook gods in the sky. And they ended up with all of our knowledge of the universe, all of that shit. And you see what I'm saying? They traded places with us, bro.
That's wild, and it literally doesn't make sense. Like it never made sense to me. That's why I couldn't hold on to the belief in the church because I just couldn't wrap my mind around how. Like, why does this God have to kill his son to?
Right. It was
cleanse
never
our sins.
That was
like,
listen. Let me answer some more. The heathen was an outlaw. That meant that the heathen, if you research the Greeks, they didn't have no spiritual laws. They was only bound by the law of the Caesar. But the laws at that time was so light, the Caesar didn't really care if two peasants got to fighting. It can even lead to murder. That didn't mean you necessarily got locked up now unless they wanted you for something. Kind of like today, you know, a celebrity, somebody important do something, they go harder than if somebody's smaller. But it's like back in the day, right? It was just mayhem in these barbaric Greek societies. The law enforcement was there basically to protect the rich and the wealthy, not to police the poor. So it was kind of like in the hood where the gang members ruling everything and the city don't care. So even the good children got to join gangs. It was a very dog eat dog. The peasants at the bottom had it hard in these old barbaric societies. And they were dumbed down, man, with all of these spook gods and tithing and thinking they gonna get a blessing by praying and doing voodoo and magic. And it was horrible. They was giving them the church version of physics, which is gravity. We on a blue ball, ain't no God. It's a big that, and we just now waking up out of that. But the whole thing is this right here. The heathen didn't have a law. He didn't have a spiritual law. That's why we call them outlaws, barbarians, vandals, heathen. That's why they was able to kill people, take your land, because they didn't believe of a moral code and what's called the law of karma. They believed in a God in the sky that didn't mind if we go to war and take people's shit long as it's in the name of our God. They God don't mind if they still kill long as they take some of what they got from war and tithe and give it to their God. Their God will take stolen stuff as offerings. We didn't serve those pagan gods of war. Our gods won't take your offering that you stole from this tribe in the jungle. The creators that our ancestors served enforced the universal laws. One of them was karma. What goes around comes around. But the heathen had a such thing as, hey, you can do whatever you want to people and you can just wash it away by killing something, putting the animal blood on you, sacrifice, the Satanism. And the whole church is following the papacy right to hell, man. They believe in human sacrifice in the form of Jesus. That's the way of the heathen. that the heathen didn't have a law. Jesus did away with the law by dying on the cross. No one else had to follow the law. Now you ain't gotta be perfect. In fact, the church will tell you ain't nobody perfect but Jesus. When Jesus came to the earth to show you how to live, not to be perfect. Because if you think about the law, right, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. If you really think about it, that ain't really that hard to do. How hard is it to not lie to me, man? How hard is it to not be looking at my woman behind my back? If you got to be a damn heathen to look at them 10 laws and say, damn, that's hard. You mean to tell me I can't steal from nobody? Now think about the people in power who said to God, the law too hard to follow. Let us start doing blood sacrifices to remove our sin. Let's go into Satanism. That was the fall of man still happening. Man going into his oblivion, into his ignorance and superstitions. And we so far gone now. Look at the world. When we would step away from the law. When people was teaching people, listen, ain't no forgiveness. Whatever you do to somebody, the universe gonna get you back. If it don't happen this lifetime, it'll be in the next one. If you told people that, they would really think 3 times before doing some of the shit we see in our society. We treat each other like shit. But think about it. Think about what Jesus represents. Another dude serving time for your crime. If there was a murderer out there killing and an innocent person was like, don't worry about it, I'll do his time for him, why would he ever stop killing? Why would a criminal ever learn a lesson if the good people serve the prison time? Jesus is good. Why he in jail? Let the sinners do their own. Can't nobody take your butt whipping. If a child don't get his own whoopings, it don't learn his own lessons. Spat a rod, spoiled a child. But that's what Jesus did. Spat the rod for the world and spoiled the whole damn thing. Talk about hypocrisy.
Man, yeah, it just doesn't make sense because nature doesn't work like that. Like it's man-made. Like that whole thought process that blood needs to be spilled to wash away your sins, like it actually doesn't make any sense.
You know
and
why?
I think that's why they need belief, because it doesn't like.
Let me tell you,
isn't that right though? It's against like nature.
Bro,
It doesn't even.
You just sparking so much deep shit. Listen, and I'm gonna fall back with this, Chris.
For sure.
When the invader came to our land, we taught them the truth. They didn't accept it at first. They rejected it like other people do. But then when they started trying to figure this shit out over time, they realized everything we was telling them was right, and now they reverse engineering this stuff. Check it out. When we was telling the heathen the truth about the universe and how it worked with the law of karma, being good, mastering yourself, Islam, I am self-law and master, right? When we was telling that to the pagans and the Satanists, guess what they were saying, Chris? They were saying, because they knew we was right. They had reached the point where we gained trust. They realized, okay, these people are the gods. They building pyramids. They showing us technology we never saw before. And at first they thought it was witchcraft. They denied it. They thought it was magic, right? But the whole thing is this. When we was telling them the truth about karma, guess what the heathen was saying? They was saying, see, the heathen got this mind of where they want the easy way, which is why they go around stealing other folks' stuff, because it's harder to produce your own. It's harder to cultivate your own land. It's easier to just go steal somebody else's stuff. The heathen want everything the easy way. And so when we was telling the heathen the spiritual system of the universe and how you got to master yourself, the heathen was looking for ways around that too. The heathen would look for ways around all of his accountability, his personal responsibilities. When the heathen didn't even raise their own children, they let the slaves do it. They would look for ways around their responsibility. They will call the slave lazy when ain't none more lazier than the heathen. Because the heathen would kill and fight and go to war before he build his own nation. He want a slave to do it. It's easier to build it yourself than kill people to do it for you and even risk dying, because that's a lazy motherfucker. Like, but think about this right here. The heathen was saying, I want an easy way to go to heaven. And the heathen was saying, there got to be some way around this law. Because the heathen is a cheater. He want to cheat death. He want to cheat the law of karma. He want to cheat the universe. The heathen was always looking for a workaround. When our ancestors told the heathen the truth about this place, the truth hurted the heathen. And the heathen said, there got to be some way to cheat this shit. And the heathen
because he can't do what he wants anymore, right?
Right. The heathen said, look, man, I was wrong about my Satanism and washing away my evil with blood. I'm going to have to pay for this. But the heathen rebelled against the universe instead of saying, let me follow these laws like we did. That's what we're universal people. That means we're connected to the universe and we follow the universal laws. The heathen don't. He ain't connected to the natural world. He look at everything around him as something to tear apart. He don't think no repercussions for it, because in his mind, there's a bunch of Greek gods in the sky that don't mind him being a damn chaotic being, because the Greek gods is just like them. Mars, Mercury, Venus, they all embody the same capitalistic attributes. Is like man made God in his image instead of looking around him, following the laws that the universe is laid out, which is God speaking to us in a form of do's and don't. This is what I want you to do and not. It's so obvious. You can't deny right and wrong. It's written into the very fabric of creation. But the heathen did. And so now the heathen has convinced the whole world to be like him. And that's why the Bible said the whole world damn near going to heaven. So again, Chris, to answer your question, when you see Moses breaking the 10 Commandments, that's desecration. Why the hell? The God that broke in half the 10 Commandments, remember, see, the whole story of Moses is a lie. Moses was a Druid priest, and they was into the same voodoo and papacy of the Pharisees, Sadducees, and all of the other Dagonian priests. They was into the same voodoo doll, shed blood and cheat the universe. We can cheat our karma, leading the people to hell. And they said Jesus, the ultimate sacrifice. We don't gotta be killing our goats and chickens no more with your dumb ass. But they still convincing the world that this stuff work. Is Satanism. It don't work. You gonna pay for your sins. So ain't nobody getting better. Why would you get better if you know you can just ask for forgiveness? When I was young, going through puberty, young girls throwing it at me, I would tell myself, hey, God gonna forgive me? Shit, I'm going over her house tonight. But go ahead, Chris. Yeah, God will let me get forgiven Sunday.
And that's really how a lot of these Christians think, because I have some friends that, or used to be friends, that are like very convicted in their beliefs that, Jesus died on the cross for our sins, but they're still more messed up than most people that, that have their own spiritual understanding, such as like myself. And I'm like, if your belief is so true, why are you still so messed up? Like in so many ways. And I know they're on their own journey and stuff, but it just never made sense to me. And it's just hard to wrap my mind around how so many people are stuck in this belief system that's against the laws of nature. It doesn't make any logical sense, but I can also see that as fear as well, because they fear that if they don't pronounce that Jesus is their Lord and Savior, and he walked the earth and died on the cross for their sins or whatever, then guess what? They're going to hell. So they hold on to that belief, even though it doesn't make sense, out of fear of going to hell.
You know what they say? They say, you know what? I had a lot of Christians. Before I say this, let me read the super chats. Shout out to Wash House for being a member for a month now. Welcome, man. You've been a month now member. That's what's up, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Wash House. Shout out to Oliver Robertson for the super chat. Appreciate that, Oliver. And shout out once again to Sally McDermott for another super chat. Thanks for being a sponsor of this show as well. Shout out to the entire chat room. And just like that, I forgot I was just about to answer it before the super chats. Damn it, what was it, Chris? Yeah.
The fear, like how they're afraid of going to hell, so they hold onto a belief system that doesn't make any logical sense in reality.
Yeah, the fear of hell is so strong in a Christian that I've had a lot of Christians tell me, you make a lot of sense. I can't argue with that. But hey, man, what is it going to hurt me to just believe just in case, because if it is true, then at least they don't think, well, hey, what do I got to lose by spending my whole life believing this? You spending your whole life in darkness because you could have known the truth instead of gambled on just ignorance, which is what belief is I don't really know, but I'm going to believe that if I do this, I'm going to be safe from hell. But I'm also going to first believe in hell. I'm going to scare myself with hell first. So now I will spend my life hoping for heaven, even though the Bible tell you most of the world going to hell. Man, listen, when it comes to how many people on this earth, the Bible saying less than 2% going to heaven. Good luck, man. The Bible literally said most of the church. You know how many people going to hell? Bro, it can't be that many just horrible people in the world, man. I know it ain't that. The Bible said most of the world barely gonna make it, man. Like fucking 90% of the world going to hell. And if you think it's like, come on, man, that means most of y'all ain't really even going, bro. It's strict. It's the criteria so high.
Well, it's a good business model too, because they have all these people believing that, and then also tithing. So if you tithe and you believe this thing that doesn't make any sense, then only after you die, then you will get your reward. It's like the ultimate business model.
And you know what's
crazy.
so sad about it? The Bible said it ain't even your good works that's gonna get you into heaven. It's how hard you believed in Jesus and your faith. The Bible said that a murderer who believed more than your grandma, even though your grandma fed the homeless, your grandma was kind to everybody. Your grandma wouldn't harm a butterfly, but your grandma going to hell if her faith wasn't strong enough. See, this thing ain't about being a good person. It's who's the biggest believer, and that's a dead giveaway that is some shit, a red flag. It's all about indoctrination. Who believe it the most? Because when you don't got the truth, you need an incentive to convince people to put their whole belief in it so that they'll spend most of their time believing versus questioning. The moment they trying to say, okay, the reason ain't nothing going right in my life is because I don't have enough faith. I don't believe hard enough. And the pastor reinforce it. But the reason the things going left in their life is because they are a believer and they leaving everything up to belief versus knowledge and knowing. Knowledge is power. But
exactly. So they're believing something that doesn't make sense. And I still pop into church every once in a while just to observe. And I went to church actually last Thursday, and the pastor was saying, he's like, man, these last couple months, you know how they be up there being vulnerable. He's like, these last couple months, I've been really questioning my relationship with God, and I've been really feeling insecure with my relationship with God. And I'm just sitting there watching him. I'm like, because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
What you believe doesn't make sense, and that's why you've been so insecure in your relationship with God. And he shared that with a couple hundred people or whatever, however many people were there. And because I just like observing, and I'm like, man, this is crazy. Like, they're insecure within themselves about their relationship with God because they know deep down what they believe doesn't make any sense. But since there's a group of hundreds of people that believe the same thing, you're still going to cling on to it instead of seeking knowledge. Crazy. If you're insecure about something that don't make sense, seek something else. Seek beyond it.
I've seen Christians say, You know, I don't know how I'm gonna see next month. It ain't nothing going right in my life. It's a sign that I need to be more prayed up and have more faith and belief. And things are just going wrong. More, they die with things going wrong, man. It never go right. It's sad, and it's because faith is ignorance. Belief is ignorance. If I believe something, I don't know it. And these people will basically say, I need more ignorance in my life so that things can go better. I need more belief, more faith in something. Because when they say I need more faith, look up the definition. It is belief and unverified thought. The pastor is telling the saint, your life ain't going right because you ain't letting go and letting God. You trying to know it all when God got to figure it out. And you should just basically go every day freestyling, not planning shit, not strategizing, and just waiting for a spontaneous lump sum out the goddamn sky. And it'll come the moment you tithe enough. The moment your faith get to a certain level, God will just hit a button, boop, and dollars will fall out the sky.
Yo, Sanchez, that's why they say you paying your tithes, you're tied in.
Damn. Yeah. That's it. Shout out to Keith Norfolk, man. Much love and respect. Welcome to the bill.
Salute to the panel, man. You know, I had to come be a part of the fried body barbecue, man. You know, they mixing the Bible speak about the blending the good and evil too. And that whole God body concept goes against the ancestors too, because it was always mind over matter. You know what I'm saying? To be your higher self is to have a higher mind. So they tricking people with that too. You understand? Yeah, so man, you've been cooking tonight, man. I'm just tapping in with y'all.
Hey man, I appreciate the love, and I've been, beating and teaching, going back and forth from the sacred geometry, syncretism, and I need to go back. I think it's a little bit more of that hip hop uncensored video. Maybe it's not. I'm tripping. Okay, I may have reviewed it all. Okay, but yeah, I can keep beating and teaching. I'm gonna have to come back and do another stream specifically on debunking Professor Dave again to double down and show folks how he did not win that debate against Jamar. But yeah, I've done a lot of sacred geometry here. I'm gonna turn the mic over to the panel at this time, man, because I gotta kind of start making my way up out of here. I got some yard work to do and the sun going down. So I ain't rushing y'all, but yeah, man, I'm gonna pass it to the panelists, and when everybody, feel we can get up out of here, man.
Yeah, I gotta grab my plants, man, from the sun gone now. But yeah, I wanted to tap in with you and definitely definitely do that video, man, because I think that's very important. I think a lot of people are being caught up in Dave's professionalism, so to say, or his correct proper speech that he brought. But Lord Jamar definitely pushed forth the facts. I think he rushed them out too quick and he didn't articulate his facts. There wasn't a leg behind the facts.
That was part of the setup and the bum rush. They backdoored him.
Yeah, so maybe next time he'll know to come get the top contender, man, or reference you, man, and shit like he should. But yeah, salute, man.
I definitely will debate Dave any day, any time. And let me say this to the fraud bodies and 5%ers and Muslims out there who are going against flat earth. Don't you know that all of you Muslims, you got to pray facing the Kaaba cube? You couldn't do that on a globe. You know why? Everything about flat earth is based on line of sight. And guess what's crazy? Prayer was intended as a line of sight ritual, meaning that all of the ancestors turned their body toward the North Pole to speak their intent, their light, their sono, their sound vibration into the portal, into the black hole, because guess what? Whatever goes into the North Pole black hole, it recycles back around again into manifestation, into creation, because it's a torus field. Let me show it to you again. All of the ancestors, not just the Muslims, they face the North Pole and pray so that they words can get vacuumed up into the portal and get manifested, help get manifest. This was what prayer, when they say I'm praying to God. If you look at the Hebrew cosmos, here's God. Look at it. You can see God throne is at the North Pole. Look at it. All of the Muslims and Christians was facing the North Pole, which is the guide. Remember, how do we navigate? We use the North Pole to get around. So God is guide me, right? Guide my steps, God, because God is the guide, which is the North with a compass. You can't be lost. That's how we speak about God, right? I'm giving you the geographic facts based upon flat earth with it. Look at this model here. Think about this now. A sniper ain't shooting over a curve. A laser beam ain't bending over a curve. And a Muslim that's facing the Kaaba cube ain't launching his prayer over a fucking curve. All of this was based on flat earth. All of this was based upon everyone having a universal north, a universal up and down, and no matter where a Ak was around the earth, which is a disciple of truth, you face the center of self, because that's your higher self at that portal. That's God, your higher self. Everyone's higher self is at this same point. All of us entered and will leave there, which is what I just showed you with the Vatican spear. Everybody walking to that portal to be born again into their God body. These 5%ers ain't ready for this shit, bro. Now, what's the color of the 5% nation symbol? The same color of this torus field, right? Black and gold, right? Sun and moon, yin and yang. It's Freemasonic, right? I get it. But the whole thing is this right here, is you leaving the simulation. Go watch the Truman Show. At the end of the Truman Show, right?
Facts. And
You'll
if you
see.
remember, that
Go.
5%, that 5% was the 5% who know the truth, who won't tell unless you join that organization or be a part of their brotherhood. That's the only way they tell. So those are the gate guards. I mean, the truth is in the pudding, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you, bro.
Yeah,
Much love.
they got this shit hidden all in Hollywood with Jim Carrey and all that. Look at that. Truman Show, all that. You know, so, but like I said, man, what's so deep about how I'm ending the show, I'm ending it with a last dagger to the chest. It's overkill, basically. You know, with if you're a Muslim, you probably saying to yourself, fuck Sanchez right now. Ooh, man. I just literally bodied y'all, bro. Like, and I did it with no remorse, because y'all out of line. You are the imposters. You ain't connected with the ancestors. You connected with the Greeks and Freemasons, the Abrahamic faiths, the sad gurus of the world, the popes. Y'all are the papacy babies. And this light right here, it hurts them like salt on a snail. They can't stand it. And guess what? That's why I'm going to keep doing it, man. And I know it hurt. When I shine that light on a vampire and I hear them squeal and they go to snarling, I'm going to brighten the light and do it even more. Obliterate these vamps. Y'all are the synagogue of Satan that the Bible speak of. Got everybody believing in this dumb crap. It got everybody pointed in the wrong direction, not knowing the truth about where they are, who they are, why they are, in their relation to the universe. That's satanic. They are the ones that go against the truth with every bone in their body, bro. That's why I can't stand them. They know the truth and they hate it. They hate it. They're the devil that the Bible speak of. It ain't one red dude. It's a bunch of greedy niggas that love money so much they'll do anything to protect their bag. And if it means silencing some damn flat earther, these niggas, guess how they think, man? Fuck the truth. You see my bank account? The hell with some truth. A nigga can be unalive playing with the brotherhood, talking about getting in the way with some truth. But see, Sanchez willing to lay my life down for this. I know there's some greedy, evil motherfuckers, BOULE niggas, over black people that's keeping us dumbed down and ignorant, just like every race doing to their own people, selling them out for a bag. And then when they think about the money that they got, they hundreds of millions of dollars, they ain't finna let some smart nigga with the truth get in the way of this world system that they done built. And they got your children twerking. They got your children, right? They preying on them. They got, bro, it's a very immoral world that's built for the PDF file to get a smack on the wrist and get out of jail. Rich people ain't even got to register as offenders. The world's so damn crooked, man. And guess what? These people will go after the righteous and fight them with every breath. They can't stand your righteous ass. They can't stand that truth that you talking, man. Because they love this lifestyle that they got. And to them, what the world gonna do with the truth anyway? They still gonna want to shop, twerk. That done made up in their mind. They done got over their guilt, y'all. They done been able to sleep in the night by telling themselves they don't want the truth anyway. And that let them sleep. You never gave them the option. But you assume, even if you give it to them, and you might be right, but you got to give, it's still satanic. I disagree. I think if they came out, told the whole world the truth, people will flip the hell out. That's why they scared. And they got to convince themselves that they doing a good deed by keeping a secret, because people will lose their mind. It'll be anarchy. Look around the world. People losing their mind is already anarchy. That was y'all plan anyway. Y'all can't rule without chaos. Yeah.
Facts, man. And you know, when you think about flat earth and you think about you know, the whole space agenda, we're dealing with a belief of instability against a foundation of stable truth. You know, so you got to keep that in mind. If you got a house that ain't got no foundation to it, it ain't gonna last long. You know what I'm saying? So all is all, everything is everything. And that post you put, man, about having our people got the best physiques, but the worst psyches, man. We got to start building our psyches upon stable foundations of truth. And I think that it do start with flat earth. And so, man, we got to start standing behind this flat earth movement, because it is the foundation of truth that's going to break all the lies that's been put forth in front of us, man. So, you know, we got to think about that. Even if people don't really, you know, feel the need to know the earth's shape or whatever, the truth is more important than all of that, man. So we got to stand behind this flat earth movement.
They don't understand, like the dude in the video who going after Jamar, he's Puff Daddy bodyguard, but he was saying how you got knowledge of self, saying the earth flat. Here go the knowledge of self right here, that the body is the soul squared. The body is the soul cubed. And guess what? In order for the soul to be free, you gotta unlock the magic, unlock your body by opening your third eye, which is the button to pop the soul right up out of here. And that's what all this symbolism mean. But you got these Muslims, right? They look cute. They look cute as hell, right? God body. And they got all the looks, but none of the real knowledge, bro. It is so fucking coded. It is like such a outer front. And you go to questioning them and they go to repeating Greeks and shit. You dressed like an Egyptian, but you repeating a Johnny come lately white Greek, but you dress like the people that gave us Nut and Gab. But you talking like the damn oppressor that you said a devil. I'm a keep my foot on these niggas' neck. Fuck that. Now check this out. For real, man.
We're talking about standing on a square, so it gotta be a foundation and an up or a down for you to stand on your square. How you gonna stand on your square if we spiraling out of control? That don't even make no sense, man. So they gotta stop it, man.
I'm gonna make them niggas quit talking about flat earth. I swear.
Sanchez.
I'm gonna meet you with the same energy you got and even more, bro. and I'm finna go to my brother. He said, I'm gonna keep the show going for a minute, right? Because this getting good, man. Check it out. Look at the cobblestone. It's showing you the flat earth, bro. The way that Mecca is set up is the magnetic ley lines and a flat earth with the North Pole black hole in the middle. How the hell are every Muslim on earth gonna point toward the cobblestone no matter where they at on the globe? So I just can't drive that home enough. Like every Muslim ought to feel played when you gotta realize that you've been lied to with that. Like as a Muslim, you would have to make up some crazy shit. Sanchez, my prayers are going through the curvature of the earth, Sanchez, because they vibration. They gonna come with some shit, right? Sanchez, my prayers make an arch. I'm throwing them over the curve, Sanchez.
Got that Steph Curry arch on the
Yeah, curveball praying ass. Facts.
That's what they look for, an angle anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's always an angle with these people.
Hey Sanchez,
Mm-hmm.
what's the name of that what's the name of that giant body with the tattoos all over it? That ancient picture with the giant body where they got the lives inside of it?
That's the God. That's the God body. That's that. It's called. Let me pull it up.
You the only one to bring it up. I can't find it, but I'm trying to think of the name of it. Please let me see it right quick.
It's called the Cosmic Man, but the 5%ers call it the God body. But the proper name for it, what the Google would be Cosmic Man, and it's so many forms of it because it's a female version right here. And her goddess body ain't just a God body, it's a goddess body too. That's another thing about the patriarchal ass brotherhoods. So here it is with the universe and his whole body. This a different, I know which one you talking about, but this a different version of it, but it's still the same thing right here though. You see. But I'm glad you brought that up because I can't see nothing. Oh, let me share it with you. I'm glad you brought this up because I would have ended
it's like
the show.
That big body. It was like there's something about tattoos or something. I could not think of the name of it. I was trying to bring it up when I was having a conversation. I can't think of the name of it.
Put in.
But you be bringing it up all the time.
Hindu Vedic Cosmic Man. And it'll pull up. It's this guy right here. This a good version of it, but it's several different ones.
Yeah, I like that. Yup. That's exactly what I'm trying. Yup.
And this is the God body. You want to know what's so crazy about it? You know how 5%ers throw up their symbol, right? With the coochie hands, right? Y'all don't know what I'm talking about? Let me show you. Here go the 5% nation hand sign. I call it the coochie hands, you know what I'm saying? Because let me pull it up. I think they got an image of Lord Jamar doing it. Salutes to him. Here you go right here. You see Lord Jamar fingers, those two, it's like the peace sign, but you bringing the hands together. You see that right there? The two hands together? Yeah. That's the 5% nation hand sign, but watch this. If you pull up the Baphomet, go look at his hands. Same thing.
Hey.
Look at his hand. Right? Now watch this, right? Let's go back to Cosmic Man. Look at his hand. Everybody telling us the same thing about the simulation. Standing on your square. I don't know what niggas think that mean. All that mean is mind over matter, the soul residing in and above the body. The body is a cube, it's a pentagram, and the soul is literally levitating on above it as the crown chakra, the ball of light up at the crown of the head. So that's literally standing on your square, but they ain't speaking from the perspective of the physical body. They're speaking from the perspective of the God body, of the mind. That's the one standing on the square, just like you see here.
Facts, and that's what I was saying. The earth would be a representation, well, like as above, so below. You know what I'm saying? micro, macro. So the earth would be represented just like the body. So if the body standing on this square, you don't think the earth would be standing on this square?
It's all micro. You got it. They go a God right here busting up out the simulation. His God, the God Secure. And see the thing about him, they turned this into Jack coming out the box. Genie coming out the lamp. Jonah coming out the well. Genie is Jonah. But the whole thing is this right here, right? When you talk about standing on your square, when this God rise above the simulation, it's called sitting on top of the world. So the whole thing is this right here. When you see Jack pop out the box, he's standing on his square. He's ascended as a God.
Yeah, that's crazy because that looked like the Masonic V, the compass in the square right there.
There you go. You can see y'all. So y'all making what y'all doing right now. I'm so happy, man. It's letting me know I ain't the only one. That's what your third eye's supposed to be doing, making these connections, just saying that shit like that. Like how y'all doing, man. Salutes to the panel. That's
Yo,
it.
Sanchez,
Yeah, how you do it.
could you pull up an image? I heard you mention Sadhguru. I'm curious to know, like, if you have any specific thoughts on Sadhguru, but I want you to pull up a picture of one of his structures. It's called Mahima Hall, Mahima Hall.
Hey, before you go too, that's the sailor's hat. That's the
Yeah.
the
Oh
macabre
my
too.
God. Oh my God, man. So they just gonna be giving us the flat earth and not even give a fuck, right?
Did you pull it up, Sanchez?
Yeah, y'all can't see it.
Not the Mahima Hall. I seen the one with the guy busting up out with the wings.
Oh, okay. Let me share that again and pull up the Mahima Hall to that page. I see what I'm doing wrong. All right. Here go Mahima Hall. Now look at this, man. They just gonna see stuff like this is like, bro, how y'all gonna think we tripping about flat earth? They just putting the shit right in your face that the earth flat.
This is Sadhguru's center where he hosts his programs. And I've been through his programs. I've actually been to the center. I did one of his meditation programs in the center. And as soon as I got there, I was like, this is the flat earth, straight up. And he doesn't teach flat earth, of course, because he has millions of followers. He would probably immediately get canceled. Yep. But I've listened to his talks, and he's made hints at it. And when he made those hints at flat earth, I was like, he knows. He knows, but he ain't going to bring it to the people.
Right.
Which I wish he would, but yeah. I mean, he's more about the internal spiritual, so
you can't be if you ain't gonna go with the flat earth. Yeah. You can't halfway give a person the truth. You got to give them, like, you get to take a blue pill and a red pill, Chris. And guess what? Morpheus don't give you a choice to break that shit in half. You got to take the whole damn the dosage.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna do his job. It ain't gonna do his job if you don't.
For sure, I think he does give people a piece to the puzzle, not the whole puzzle. But his thing is meditation.
It ain't. See, the thing about medicine, right? When the doctor say you gotta take this amount of this every day to heal yourself, and you just do what you wanna do, you ain't gonna get healed. He telling you take it 3 times a day at these times, and you can't do what you wanna do. He didn't say break the pill in half, take half here, half, and if it's red pill or blue pill, that's why they said give me the truth, nothing but the truth, the whole truth. If you go, because other than that, you ain't healing me. If you give it just, I don't get it. Like, it ain't gonna do its job. I can't stress it enough. Like, I get it, but it hasn't done its job. Look at what's going on inside Guru's land. They're under the United Nations. They part of the bullshit. They've sold out. They merged with the New World Order system. If he was so damn spiritual, he would know not to sell his soul and his people's soul. He would give them enough truth to even know not to merge with the very beast that you supposed to be meditating your ass away from. Again, everybody looked the part. Everybody wearing costumes. Everybody performing pointless, vague rituals, because the real ritual that they need to be performing on earth is resisting authority and not obeying. You
I hear
can't
you,
free
brother.
your soul
Facts.
playing it safe. And you see why Sad Guru is so powerful, because you can only get to his level playing it safe. Hinting at it and shit. Ain't no hinting at the truth. I'm gonna give these people the truth, and I'm not gonna play with them. Hinting at a damn thing.
I hear you, brother. I have my own thoughts on it, but I definitely see your perspective and agree. I'd say 99% for
You
sure.
know what? You hear my truth, one day you'll be willing to accept it. We all have attachments to certain people on the world stage. All right,
I receive it.
I have mine too. I ain't gonna fucking just blame it on you. We in the same boat.
For sure. No, like I've went through his programs and done the meditations, and he's helped me open up the more internal spiritual side of my walk, whereas you've helped me see like the shape of the earth and the free energy and everything. So I feel like you get different pieces to the puzzle from different people. And yes, he couldn't get that big if he were to teach that truth, for sure. He would be shot down. So it is definitely a bit of compromise on his part, for sure.
That's it. I go to a preacher, to a gun range, and he a preacher, but he teach me how to shoot. I don't worry about what he, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I could cut in real quick. Yo, Sanchez, you could pull up a picture of the Buddhist universe. You know, like the ancient, they showing the artwork.
Shout out to everybody in the chat room. If y'all enjoying this powerful bill, then please hit the like button, share button, super chat, cash app. Hey, whatever your heart leads you. And we thank y'all for being here, tuning in with us. You guys got it. Somebody, okay, the Buddhist universe. That would be
the one on the far right. Nah, the other one on the far right.
I got you. Hold on.
It should be something close based off.
Here you go. Right
7,
here.
right? If it's the Buddhist universe, it should be something based off of 7, right?
Shout out to you, Adam. There we go.
You think the multiverse based off of 7?
Well, here's the thing about
Bro, it's got to be if you play it. Yeah.
Here's the thing about. Let me break some down real quick. The number 7 don't necessarily mean that it's only 7 other universes and all that, the multiverses. It only means that from wherever we at in the universe, from our vantage point, we can only see 7 at a time. So think about it like this, right? Think of you being standing up on the sidewalk and there's a traffic jam full of cars going all the way down the block. You can't see all of them cars all the way down the block. So you can only see so many cars at one time before the vantage point on a horizon line shrink the cars to a point they ain't visible. And no matter how far up you walk, you will only be able to see the same amount of cars every time. You won't be able to change that. If you count how many cars you see for vantage point happen, it don't matter how far up you walk, you only gonna be able to see that many at every time, because the vantage point ain't gonna change. So it's the same way with these cosmic ethers. It's like a whole bunch of layers above us and below us. And from where we at looking up, we can only project to the 7th one would be, it's like if I tell you to jump right now, and everyone can only jump to a certain height before we fall back down. Our ascension height is like when we get to this 7th level, that's when we can see higher. It's like you can keep jumping to higher levels above the 7th plane, but it's like days of the week, right? there are an infinite amount of days, but we count them 7 at a time. Because we would overwhelm ourselves if we didn't. It's basically saying, let me chop this shit up. It's a big ass pie, a big hamburger. I can't bite it all like this. Let me break it up in pieces. So time is infinite. Each day is gonna keep coming. It will never run out of days. So how do you make sense out? How do you digest it? You chop it up like food for a baby, and you make a calendar. You start chopping it up into blocks and stuff, just like a baby with food, right? So like 7 days at a time, right? That's like telling a baby, you know, 1 bite at a time, right? It's more where that came from, slow down type shit, right? But that's the nature of the 7 ethers. And the word 7 is related to the word several. It's related to the word severed. You know, something chopped up is severed. Something chopped up becomes several pieces. But it's related to the number 7 because we normally chop in units of 7, like how the Mayan has 7 counts and 7 days of the week. 7, you know, that's God's number, so to speak. But go ahead. That number that's at the middle of the 5%
I mean, it's very
nation.
powerful numbers.
Yo, Sanchez,
Severance.
if you look
Like
at that,
severance.
if you look at that
They
picture,
severance your consciousness.
Right.
Severance.
That's what. There you go.
That
yo,
shit
look at that
crazy.
picture.
Because
Yo, look at that picture.
think about it, Retton, right? The septos is what does the separation, and septos is the September 7th month, you know, separation, septos. So we on point with our syncretism. We don't make it up.
There's 7 ripples in this picture. If you look at it, if you count the ripples in the square.
Facts is 7 of those. And you know what's crazy? It's the number 7 at the middle of the 5% nation logo should now make even more sense now. That number 7 at the middle of their logo, it shows the universe severing itself into these different fragments and points. And that's why it's you know, 7 severed, you know, all that. But yeah.
Yo,
you know.
yo, Sanchez,
Fire,
one more picture.
fire.
Pull up. You heard my bad. One more picture. That Earth, Wind, and Fire. Type in digital universe. I just want everybody to see that album cover. Earth, Wind, and Fire. They be leaving little messages and little Easter eggs.
You mean electric universe? Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah,
It got the
electric
flat
universe.
Earth on there. That's facts.
My bad, bro. Go ahead, brody.
Hell yeah, that's facts.
Also,
Ascension,
7.
stairway to heaven, and you can see the flat Earth, all that. They knew
Christmas
it was an
tree.
electric. Yeah,
Christmas
they knew.
tree.
Facts.
Yeah.
And look, Tesla Tower. You standing under the Tesla Tower with the dome and the little straggly little triangle thing. So all of that's embedded there, man. Like y'all, it's facts. And you can see the flat Earth. You can see it's a flat plane here. The planets are on the fucking circular orbits in a plane. Like it don't
And
get
it's
no. They putting it right in your face, right?
The
And it's
Star
showing the
Trails
Big
around
Bang.
Polaris.
Yeah, and they make a lot of songs that was telling us about the Earth. But see, one thing I want to point out about this Hindu thing, that number 7 in the middle and all that, real quick, just real quick. See, if you think about what we looking at, and it goes back to this ripple effect. When you have this little splash pattern, that's what separate time. Listen, time is an ocean. But when the soul lands in the ocean, you separate the waters into layers. That's why they said God separated the waters from the waters. When your soul interacted with the primordial ocean, you created a ripple effect of time. And when your ripple effect die out, your life will be over. That's your vibration. And guess what? It's like saying this, right? You like a hopping fish. You hop, you know how them fishes hop out the water and they hop from one spot to the other one like a rocket. So you are like a fish that hops in this water. You land in one universe, splash pattern, vibration. That's your life starting. Boom, you hit the egg. The ripple effect start. You hit the egg. Now your life is gonna end when your last ripple fade away, because no ripple effect, the water gonna settle back out, and that represents how long your portal open. Your life, your soul in this body is only able to be here because of a portal that opened when the sperm hit the egg. But the portal ain't gonna stay open for long, just like when a person jump in water and the water break and create a splash pattern, that don't stay for long, it settles back out. So when you broke through the ether, you created a hole, but that hole got a certain amount of time for it close up, like when the ripple effect level back out. And when it's getting real tight, that's when you gonna die. You gonna shoot up out of here, because why? You know you only had a limited time here based on how long the portal opened. You know how long the portal was gonna be open based on how hard you impacted the egg. That's how long your ripple effect will. So when this ripple effect is basically in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, and that's what you're doing right now. You're breathing, inhaling, exhaling. But so this is really deep stuff. If you look at this right here, this is the North Pole according to the Hindu, and this little mountain that you see coming out the earth, that is like the middle splash in the middle of the ripple effect. So I'll land with this right here. This little mountain that you see the God sitting on, that is this mountain in the middle of it. That's when we get to the North Pole, right? We're gonna realize our entire earth was flat, just like we've been saying. We're inside of a flat puddle with a bunch of circles going around the North Pole, right? But when we get to the North Pole, we're gonna see the thing that caused the ripple effect of time. We're going back to the epicenter that would created life itself, and that would be right here. And you can see the ripples around it, you know, creating the flat earth realms is right there, man. So you can even see the ripple effect here.
And they look like they both look like pyramids too. Like the my bad, Sanchez. The other one looked like a pyramid.
That's facts. That's facts.
Yeah, you know what's trippy too? The ancients was real trippy, bro. Like all this 3D artwork, like this is trippy as hell, bro. You really, if you was on shrooms and looking at this be trippy, bro.
Yeah, it would. You ain't lying. And I'm pretty sure there was a certain way to activate it, because remember, they didn't have cartoons, TVs. They would take shrooms and stuff and meditate to these kind of images, and these things would come to life in their mind, bro. You would literally be in this artwork, projecting your soul into this shit, because to the ancestors, there was no original thought. So whatever you drew on the canvas was a parallel reality somewhere out there that you can look at this painting and project yourself into that world. All of this was possible to them.
Yeah, they definitely pulled this art from other realms and brought it here in the form of art.
Bro, of course they did. I mean, like, that's the problem with just Christian America right now, is like what we got going on and like what we're seeing. This is absolutely syncretism. This is the reason why we're all here. You know what I'm saying? Because Christianity didn't add up as we were in like childhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all went to a church.
And it ain't just Christianity, it's all them faiths. You got it for sure.
But yeah, I mean, like, there's things that broke you away from faith in the church. Like at my church, my pastor took all the money with him and his wife and went and did a wedding in Hawaii while there was 3 people with cancer within the church. So there's all like a little something that like grows up with you of like betrayal and stuff like that. And from a God point of view, what you would do, and then like, you know, anything after that, and that kind of like leads you into motions, because like, how does anybody else leave religion without a plausible answer?
Now listen,
you know what I'm saying?
Chris said they definitely, what you said, Chris, they got these imagery
they pull these images from other realms. I've been on like psychedelic experiences and yeah.
I wanted to speak on that because I agree, because look, you know, we talk about space travel today leaving the world in a rocket and we're getting far away from our solar system to look back at it and see what it looked like. But we'll never do it physically. We can only do it like what the ancestors who made this image, they was astral projecting out of their body. This is the real way to leave Earth. This the big boy stuff, not the little kitty stuff. Your little bitty rocket, all that. No, you got to get over your fear of death for this big boy stuff right here. And if you ain't ready for it, keep going to church. This the guru knowledge. And what I'm telling y'all is this. Our ancestors got far away enough. They was up projecting up to these 7 heavens, higher heavens like John of Patmos and Enoch, and they was able to come back and draw this stuff to the people that couldn't do it and tell them what this thing was, and this is the artwork they give us. Yeah.
Yo,
Right.
Sanchez, look at the cosmic egg. No, the Chinese cosmic egg, specifically, and look at all those artworks, man. It's crazy, man. It's right in your face.
Right.
Hey, yes, and right. That's the fake copy. That's why astronaut is a replication of astronaut. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
When you travel astral, man.
That's fire.
And remember now, nautical is water. Water's above, water's below. Astral, nautical plane is all there. And this stuff right here, see, the whole thing about the I touched on this one Easter. I want to deal with this because this where Samson come from. When we say we breaking an Easter egg for resurrection, but they give you a rabbit today. That was a North American rabbit god. They represented this too, but this is Humpty Dumpty. Sat on a wall, had a great fall, the fallen red dragon. You can see the red dragon right there in the bottom left corner. But at the same time, man, everybody was talking about breaking out the simulation, removing the veil. This is the tale is the tale is teachings, creation myths, and all that stuff. And again, this right here, the cosmic egg, same thing about Easter and all that. Resurrection, the world egg is what they call it too. But let me, this right here, people will bend this out of proportion, but guess what this is, man? Let's go back here all over again. The cosmic egg is this. This right here is what these serpent is trying to show us. But let me give a shout out to Leonard Robinson, man, for sure. Shout out to Leonard Robinson. He says salutes. Shout out to Leonard Robinson and shout out to Truck Life Tiara. My bad, I wasn't looking at the chat. Shout out to 2 Rebel Nomads and Astro 40K. Shout out to Ananya Anushka. Thank you so much for the super chat. And shout out to, my bad, I was screen sharing, but let me see here. Who else we got here? Shout out to, yes, everybody, man. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to DJ Jaguar. I think that's shout out to DJ Jaguar and shout out to D-Dub. We need to wallop this 4th of July. Yeah. Hey, appreciate y'all, man, for real.
Yeah, this deep right here because they took the snake symbol and then they made the snake eat his tail and said, "Don't tread on me." Like the tread would be the snake wrapping around and using his energy to squeeze the egg, man. This shit deep right here.
Yeah. And that's how you break the Easter egg for resurrection. Facts. Squeeze that egg.
It's the barber pole.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if I don't even think that we're gonna get any 5%ers on this shit to try to push back. Most of them probably sitting back with a notebook, a pen. I'm just bullshitting. They probably already know this.
Yeah.
Yo.
But
Yeah.
it would have been dope to get some on. But salutes to the panel, man. This Lord Jamar Godfrey thing, I wanted to just shift gears and go back to it, segue real quick. Like, what y'all think about the Lord Jamar Godfrey thing being a psyop? I know yesterday on the show, I'm still kind of 50-50 because I don't want to just put that out there as fact, because if it's real, then that is messed up how they railroaded him. But yeah, man, if it's a psyop, like, I'm a no, because they gonna get back cool and both of them gonna be bashing flat earth like it ain't
Right.
worth it and shit like that.
This space, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, if you want to save yourself, you know what I'm saying, then that'll be the part of the psyop. I think is real, but I think if he wanna just not be canceled, you know what I'm saying, then they'll get back cool and just be like, it was stupid anyway, you know what I'm saying, over some flat earth type thing. You did.
Yeah. The wet
It's
doesn't matter anyway and all
right,
that gonna go. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, buddy.
Got the New York lips up there, son.
Hell yeah, man. You feel me? Hey, you know what's crazy is that hip hop uncensored is doing such a disservice to the culture, man, with their narrative. It's a very biased channel. You can tell, okay, y'all niggas are part of something. And when you running a hip hop uncensored channel and you're censoring everything that's against your damn cult, you're a hypocrisy. I'm
Facts. It
just
ain't hip.
saying, bro. Yeah.
No,
Why they just don't call out the flat earthers and make a debate to end it all? Why they always try to make it seem like we the problem, or the people that say flat earth, like you were saying earlier, you can believe in talking snakes and everything else, but as soon as you say flat earth, it's a problem. Like, go back to that. Go back to
I
that
think
point. Like, why they do that?
it takes too much effort and time and studying to learn flat Earth, and if you're not willing to do that, then just denying it is the easy way out.
That's right.
That's one part. There's probably many aspects to it.
I'm gonna mute my mic up and listen in for a minute.
It's like they need to study their model a little bit more, because I'm tired of knowing their model better than them.
I think a
Same.
lot of know, it's like, they the 5% who know, who won't tell you, the brotherhood. So, you know,
But the
that
5% are always talking about he know 180. That ain't 360. He be like,
right,
yeah, 180, 180, 180. Okay, well, 360. You need another 180 to go at that. So that's only half of what you know. You keep screaming you on the 180. I mean, I understand your arc of your meridian is 180 because where you standing at, and that's where you at, and it's 24 slices in a pie, and the arc of your meridian and your zenith would be 180. But it's still 300. You inside 360 degrees though.
facts. And
You see
then
what
they
I'm saying?
You know that 180 too, right? And that's the diameter. That shit
salute.
creates that creates a triangle too. But when you on the 180, you literally on the flat plane with the
Right,
atmosphere above, Big
Exactly.
fact,
facts.
So how they
facts.
going against that though? See how they
Nah,
telling on themselves?
hell yeah. But they hide that shit, Big facts. Man, y'all been going in, bro. Still here at work, but I had to hop on real quick. Y'all was going in.
Peace, peace, man. Waking them up. Salute, brother.
Man, much respect, man. Much respect. Shout out to my
So,
homie too, Chris back. I see you, Chris.
What's good, awakening minds?
Not much,
I've
man.
been
My
away.
brothers. But bro, I kind of also wanted to talk to you about what's this nigga name again? Aristine and Aristinus.
Yeah.
Because even him, he did the 7% also. Like from his experiment, he's saying that the shadows was cast at a 7-degree angle as well, with 500 miles in between Alexandria and Syene. So they always playing with that 7, but then he said it was like 1/50th of a circle. You know what I'm saying? Now they all do their measurement on the circle. Remember, I was telling you about the unit circle. That's where all the math, that's where all physics comes from. That's the wave forming a circle. But they all do their math on the 360 degrees. And you
Yeah.
can put in Google right now
Exactly.
how many degrees in a sphere. It's
Yeah.
way more. It's like 5 times as much degrees in a circle, but they all do their math on the circle, the flat plane, the unit circle, you know?
Cook.
But
Exactly.
so like when he did his math, which was like from Syene to Alexandria, he said, oh, that was 500 miles. You know, they just be picking random numbers, you know, even with the
Yeah.
shadow, even
That
with the
was a good
shadow.
ass point right there.
Oh no, bro, I got some shit I'm putting together to show you though. But y'all was cooking so much, I just had to hop on real quick. Even the city Syene, you know, it's Aswan now. Told you backwards, it's NASA. You know what I'm saying? Aswan, it's NASA.
Damn.
So, so even if you put right now in Google just the city of Aswan, you realize that a lot of this shit comes from there. Like a lot of the shit we're talking about now, a lot of the knowledge, a lot of the shit, it was like the rival city to Alexandria. And then you had Luxor right in the middle. You know what I'm saying? So it's all political shit. You know,
That's
Ptolemy,
crazy.
Archimedes, all these niggas, even Plato, they all have the fucking circle. In fact, bro, screen share for me real quick, my nigga. I just want to show you this one picture that I got in my note. Just want to show you this real quick. I know you got to get up out of here.
That's why I was bringing up that Zionist shit for exactly what you just said right now, man. It all tie in, bro.
How do I screen share? I just want to show bro this picture real quick. I'm on my phone. Okay, I
I
see it.
got you.
Share.
But you know, and let
Now,
me ask you something. Now that you broke down the Aswan and NASA thing, what was Aswan made for? Because it may be some rhetoric that's related to like traveling the heavens, or ancient like concept of
big facts, bro.
being.
And it's on the shore as well. So no matter what experiment they was doing, nigga, the water is still level. That's still one of the
Yeah.
number one visited place in Egypt right now, also, you know, Aswan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the big point about it, this is where they would have like, let's just say how in our times they have like the G summit, you know, they have like political meetings there, you know, like intellectual, you know, conversations and shit like that. It was like Washington, D.C. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was like the rival to the Alexandria Library. You see what I'm saying? So like even the pictures you shown right now, you see all the statues, all the everything was replicated there as well. It was like the New York. You know what I'm saying? It's like the
Yeah.
new Alexandria.
Like
You
a
know, the
holy.
new Luxor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's
So
crazy.
with Aristide, what? Damn, I can never pronounce this nigga name, even though I done broke his name down.
Eratosthenes. Yeah.
Eratosthenes. So even the word erato, that's just ratio of the sun. Eratosthenes, ratio of the sun. You know,
Mm,
I got a whole bunch of shit I want to
that's
show you
crazy,
though.
man.
I couldn't even believe when you did that. You did your last video, and everybody go check that out, man, on Aristides. You know, you killed that shit. But I was like, damn,
They should.
I was just thinking about this 2 days ago, and my nigga done did a stream on it. I wish it was a live call in because I got so much shit, even the
Guess
math
what?
behind the
I'm
shit.
gonna review the video on Flat Power and invite the smoke up and all that. So it's gonna be on.
Hell yeah, because I can't wait to shatter the math. That shit is bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Well,
this nigga, if you know where that city Syene is, it's nowhere close to the Tropic of Cancer. That's where the sun would really be over your head at that time. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
in Syene, he's saying, oh, there was no shadow here, because not only did he have a stick, he looked down a well and there was no shadow cast there, but there was a shadow cast in Alexander. So this is how he could triangulate the rays, or make a perpendicular. But in
Yeah.
our time they'll call it parallel rays. But the whole shit just shatters it, man, because all
It
his
does.
math is based on a circle, a flat circle, the
Yep.
unit circle. You see what I'm saying? Now, if that nigga if he had multiplied by 8 degrees, you know, he would have really got a better number. Because now I know Retton brought this up a couple of weeks ago, the 24901. You know, even to have a one there, an odd number in a circle, which is even, like all that shit is bullshit, bro. And I
Is
love
that,
your
I wonder
depiction.
what that's the account for, like elliptical. I'm not sure, but they account for some other lie they probably told. You know what I'm saying?
So what they do is they triangulate it to the so-called core of Earth. But the only way you can depict that is when drawings. You see what I'm saying? So of course they got a center
Yeah.
core in the circle, and the light triangulate back to the sun. It's wait till I show you what I want to shot you. But yeah, you see the unit circle, bro? This is literally all physics. This is all math. This is what a wave is. This is light. This is the trigonometry. You
Yeah,
see what I'm
buddy.
saying right here? This is the perspective.
That's
Everything
the
is
whole
within the unit
universe.
circle. That is 369 on every pi. That's the real circumference of Earth. You see what I'm saying? 3.14 pi, plane of inertia. You know what I'm saying? And in the middle is 5, where everything recycles, the North Pole, you know, the infinitive symbol.
Yeah.
But this right here, though, bro, that unit circle,
The
that's definitely
Jesuit cross. Yeah.
Exactly, my nigga. You see how it's split? It's this. They call it the Buddha wheel. They can call it whatever they want to
All
call
that,
it.
the
You
Tibetan
know.
wheel, all that. Yep.
But this is it right here. You know, like the unit circle. My people can study and research this. Like we'll
Like
get further.
this is literally the math, the embodiment of the math behind the torus field and the whole
Yes,
ripple
sir.
effect and all that.
Yes, sir. This
Says
shit.
some, because
This shit.
eight will be balanced. You know, why wouldn't you, you know, try to, see the math of the shadow from a balance? You know what I mean? From instead of being with a tilt, like you said, when they triangulate it, it's a piece missing, man. They always trying to fucking find an angle to some shit. You just cracked that shit, bro.
Oh yeah, my brother. And then I've been holding out for a while till me and bro can really sit down. But this is piece of the pie. This is how you divide everything up. But Retton, you see that 180, Retton? That's just the diameter
Right.
right there in the middle.
Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. Everything points to the core.
We had those in school. We had the 180
hmm
trappers. I forgot they call like projectors or trappers. You had
Uh-huh.
180, and then you got to turn it to the other side. They didn't give you the full side, but they gave you the 180 for it.
And even if you turn that ruler, because this is where everything comes from. This is where the ruler comes from. Why we have rulers, because we don't have this knowledge anymore. So even if
And
you turn, go ahead,
yeah,
bro.
no, go ahead. No, dude, go ahead. My
So,
bad.
so even if you turn that square to the side, it makes a D for diameter. So to get the value of pi, it's like, I forgot.
Damn. Right.
Uh-huh.
Right.
That's
Oh
So
crazy.
shit.
those two sticks, this is why they say he had the circumference of Earth, because from the middle, you get a radius left, you get a radius right. Those are the two sticks, my nigga, to get the circumference of Earth. You
We
know what I'm
got to
saying?
really go in on flat power against the globalists, man, because I'm gonna review the video and they gonna come with all kind of stuff, bro. That
Oh,
it's
I'm ready,
crazy
bro.
because like circumference is based upon a circle, like it's right there in the
Literally.
word. And then what's crazy about, you know, the whole with them using the unit circle and all that, don't y'all supposed to be using spherical geometry?
Yes,
But
sir. There we go, bro.
Exactly.
All their
Circle.
math is within 360 degrees. All
There you
their
go.
math,
yeah,
bro.
There you
yeah.
go.
Like when it's
Get
time to do this experiment, we flat earthers, but we doing shit to prove a flat earth, but then say, see, that go to globe. That's shit crazy.
Now, bro,
You know what
do
I'm
me
saying?
this big favor. If you pull up the flat earth map with the rings, I'm gonna show you why they say the circumference is measured in nautical miles. It's a reason it's measured in nautical miles because all the land is on the inside. So everything else is nautical miles. You know, this is how we get time, distance, and space. This is everything. You know what I'm saying? If you pull up the flat earth ring map, like this is why you go all the way, you circumnavigate it. That's why you get nautical miles. You see what I'm saying? You can't get nautical miles on a globe because you're going to be running into land and shit. Now you have to call it miles. You see what I'm saying, my brother?
There you go, Bubba.
I like
Mhm.
this
See
one
what I'm
here.
saying? See what I'm saying? Nobody don't want no smoke, man.
Nah,
Nah, they don't want
they
it.
don't want it. They ain't ready for this. But
And then, bro, you know what's crazy? It's like a bunch of spears within spears with their complicated frequencies and motions and sun and moon this is crazy, like, because it make me think of that Antikytherian mechanism, but on a big scale.
yeah, bro, the OX, which is just the unit circle as well, which is also a fucking computer, my nigga. You know, it's really 0 and 1. You
Yeah,
know, the Antikytherian, and they talking
yeah,
about, oh,
man.
we found it in Greece. You know, like boy, they be killing us.
It's
You
Using
tracked.
know,
by
Yeah.
but
to prove a model because there's always a percentage left or something like this. That's how they can sneak their model in, knowing they using flat earth math and shit. You see what I'm saying?
hmm even the Antikytherian, that's also Nikola Tesla's oscillating machine. That's what powers the world. You know, everything's a fucking toroidal field, my family. Everything,
You know
even what they
what's
call atoms. But go ahead, bro.
no, that's what I'm here to show you about this expanding sphere. You spot on, like the expanding sphere is really the atom. But the way this sphere expanding, if we thinking like it's 7 layers, and when the inner one expand, then the second one go out, the third one go out, the fourth one go out, the fifth one go out, and that's how you get these 7 ethers. But this would be like where is it? This expanding sphere is like, I can see how this right here is the expanding sphere, and how all of these numbers that we see around it come from this point in the middle and expand it outward. And as this thing expand outward, I'm pretty sure these numbers will increase in value gradually with the expanding universe, so to speak, if you want to school me on that, how that work, awakening minds. But yeah, this.
Yeah, it was crazy because my bad. Look at it, that looked like an atom when you was on the expanding sphere. It looked like an atom too.
Yeah, man, this is
Also,
crazy.
just to interject, I'm no
The atom
mathematician,
is a
but
cartoon picture, though.
Yeah, it's
when
trying to
you
represent this, but they can't go there though. That's the real
That's
Big Bang.
that's the Jimmy Neutron symbol.
go to the unit circle,
Mm-hmm.
so all the numbers in the middle of it, there was one where it has like a purple ring in the middle. I think the one that you had clicked on. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All those numbers, if you add them up, it's either 3, 6, or 9 in the
Tesla.
purple.
Damn, Tesla
The
was
2
on
and
it.
the 7 is 9, 3, then 315, 9, 3, 330, 6,
Mm.
36. You see all
Three,
those numbers,
six,
every
9.
last one of them.
That is the Tesla code. And think about it, this thing look like the Tesla coil. It's just so many connections, man. Real talk that y'all going into, bro. With this one. Like we really hey, I'm at 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm finna get up out of here, man. I got to now. But I'll be back. Be on the lookout for the you know what I'm saying, noted. Matter of fact, it's gonna redirect y'all. Peace and much love. Let me get up out of here, man. I'm tripping. We definitely be
Peace and
back.
much love.
I
Peace
appreciate
and
y'all. We out.
Peace,
love them.
y'all. Much
Shout out to
respect.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all again for all of the donations. Appreciate all my Patreons and channel members. To the people that hit the Cash App, I will be responding on that end through the app. And to the people that supported tonight's show, thanks for sponsoring tonight's stream. Peace and love. I'll see y'all on the next one.